No one cares, little bro. True. Can you change what the power button on your computer does? I wonder if you can do that. I know you can on laptops. Or is that like a UEFI thing? Cannot start video. Wait, what the fuck? I wonder if... Okay, never mind. We can do this. Got him.
Suppressed Glock 44 full auto. Oh my God. Dude.
Wait, what is this? Why is this orange? Is it just the... Is the inside of the mag painted? Blood rounds. The follower for the Gen 5 mags is orange for visibility. Oh, cute.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Any interest in the Oscars? It's today? No, thank God I'm quitting early. What time is that shit happening? Oh, it starts at 7. Okay. Hey, what's up? If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Awesome. How you doing?
Um, Horrible, but that's just politics now. So
Yeah, it is. Are we live?
yeah,
Oh, hi everybody. Sorry, I should be on a laptop and I should be more perhaps proper, but I'm actually in London and right now we're holding the UK government is hosting this Securing Our Future summit
mm-hmm.
for the Ukrainians, and so it's about a 20-minute walk for me. So I thought we could talk and I could head down there and we could see, what's actually going on in person.
Sure thing.
If
Sure
that's
thing.
of interest to some of your viewers.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Give us plenty of time to talk about everything else that's going on at least. So it's been a while though, Destiny. How are you doing?
Doing okay. Just surviving one thing at a time.
Yeah, I think that the expression sort of taking it day by day doesn't even apply anymore. I feel like I have to take it hour by hour
Something
with the
like
rate
that.
at
Yeah.
which things change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite sad, I have to be honest, to see the dissolution of the Western world as we sort of come to appreciate it, I think. But I'm curious what you think about all this.
I mean, that's a very broad question. Give me something more specific. I guess in general, I guess, I mean, there's a lot of feelings. In some sense, I'm confused, I guess. I don't know what it's like. What is your country of origin? Do you say?
Well, I'm half English and Russian, so I'm a weird blend of both sides of this situation, if you want to put it like that.
Gotcha.
So,
I'm so in the United States, you have a lot of different groups of people, obviously. My mom comes from Cuba, and Cubans were one of the only Hispanic demographics in the United States, or Latino or Hispanic, whatever you call them, I don't know, that were super conservative for a variety of reasons, mainly having to do with a lot of Cubans leaving Cuba, didn't like Castro. A lot of Cubans identify very strongly with conservatives as a result of like the Bay of Pigs, as a result of things that happened with Elian Gonzalez. So Cubans are like very conservative. My mom was in the Air Force and she had very strong feelings about the United States and fighting against Russia and communist China and the Cold War. So my parents grew up as much as you ever can be like a diehard America are the defenders of freedom and liberty around the world. To see my mom tell me that like we have no business being in Ukraine, we shouldn't be doing anything over there. They have biolabs, Stevie. You don't understand. It's like,
oh wow,
it's such an
oh wow.
insane turnabout for me and that's just, yeah, I don't know. To see the Conservative Party, the neocons, who used to be like the hawkish wing, I guess, in the United States, just become so tepid and weak and.
Well, when you have Mike Pence making reasonable points about how outlandish J.D. Vance was on Friday, you know how far the Overton window, right? The way that we interpret political ideology has shifted.
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty deplored by Mike Pence in the past, but he comes off as still having basic principles, the basic principles that underline what we in the West, quote unquote, try to preach around the world. And it's the sellout of those principles, I think, by this new Trump administration so much more than this first one, which is, I think, such a kicker for so many people, if that makes sense. I knew the meeting was going to, if we go specific to the meeting, for example, I don't know what your viewers and you might have felt about it, but I knew that there was an inevitability that it would derail. What I didn't expect was for it to be as fast and as hard, if that makes intense, as it did. I do have some concerns or issues with the way Zelensky tried to navigate it. But ultimately, it was Vance who, for me, was the catalyst in so much of it. Trump doesn't really care about Ukraine. If he can get a deal, then he'll do it. But he doesn't really give a shit. Vance has an actual, I think, antipathy towards Zelensky personally and Ukraine's whole, what this stands for in his idea of MAGA America. And I think also he used it as an opportunity to really leverage his brand, right?
Yeah,
Because many people.
That's so. This
People
is
see him as the new MAGA adoptee, right? He'll inherit the MAGA movement, and sort of, people are saying he'll be the next president in 2029. Perish the thought, right? But yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about Vince. Maybe one thing I don't like is the lowering of standards on Trump, though. If you had an adult who was lounging near a pool and 25-year-old guy drinking a beer, and a child who's 3 years old were to waddle by him and fall into a pool in front of him, and he were to just sit there, drinking beer, watching the child drown, and somebody were to come by and go, "Yo, what the fuck?" Nobody would accept as an excuse for the guy to be like, what am I going to do? I don't like this idea that Trump gets an infinite pass on being such a weak, feckless, worthless leader just because, LOL, it's Trump. Like, what is the point?
I don't think that's not what I'm saying.
Well, no, but I mean, think,
clear,
because Trump himself said, I think, what are you going to do? What, they're a nuclear superpower. Okay, so is the United States. Why is it that we approach international negotiation against Russia like we're these weak, cucked, spineless fucks that can't do anything? Like we have no power at all. Like, why would Ukraine even ask the United States to help settle a peace deal if the U.S. is just going to go, well, I don't know, World War III nuclear weapons, LOL, and that's it? Like, why wouldn't we say that exact same thing if they invaded Poland? Like, what's the,
Yeah, but I think you're trying to apply principles to someone who's just never going to huff them. Trump's never going to be like that, so it's pointless even trying to exercise that thought, isn't it?
Well, sure, but then the next question is, how brutally and how quickly can Europe eject the United States of America from its vision of a coherent, I guess, world policy? Because if that's
this is my main focus, which is what Europe does now. Look, no offense, but I am first and foremost European, and I love, the good Americans like yourself and the ones who were protesting Vance in Vermont to the point that he had to get the fuck out of his hotel and go to undisclosed location. I love that. Go Americans, like that, right? I love that. Stand up and fight. But at the end of the day, we have to, at this point, Europe needs to get off its fucking arse, stop being shocked, stop being outraged, stop being triggered, and we need to be pragmatic and action orientated. We have to treat every future situation as a worst case scenario now with the United States. I hate to say that, but we do, because at the drop of a hat, Trump can pull the plug on so much shit. Yeah. And this is a huge critique I have of the Europeans, which is we have been complacent and entitled for far too long. The one thing I do agree with Trump is that the US has provided security assurances for the Europeans, which did freeload, and to our own impediment, right? To our own detriment.
How do you freeload? How, though? The United States gets a lot out of access to European markets, out of the ability to trade.
I'm talking purely in a security sense.
Well, but we can't. But security is not just for security. I agree with you 100% that Europeans are a bunch of horrible, worthless freeloaders if we're only talking about security. But we're not only talking about security. We're talking about the fact that I can order a product from India, from China, from South Africa. I can order anything from anywhere in the world, and I never have to stop and think: is my vessel that I ordered something is shipping on going to be commandeered, or is there trade routes that are blocked right now? I've never had to think about this as an American in my entire life, and the fact that Europe has been able to develop as economically heavily as it has in the shadow of World War II. It recovered tremendously. Germany today is a manufacturing superpower. All of these things have happened under the guidance of the American security umbrella. And it's benefited the United States as well. It's not like when we separate, it's not like you guys are going to be better off for it. You're going to be worse off for it. And America's going to be worse off for it. Everybody's just made worse off by this happening, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction there, right? I'm the first to indicate that the role of international aid, be it foreign aid or developmental aid or whatever type of aid, right? That was very much at the benefit of the United States. It led to the three of the most powerful and prosperous economies in history: Germany, South Korea, and Japan, all of which are America's biggest trading partners. So, of course, but I think there's a slight distinction between the historical comparisons and the here and now in terms of that the Europeans have been a little bit too negligent in their investments. So I'm crossing the road. Negligent in terms of their own security capacity, right? We neglected our militaries to such an extent, particularly in the past 30 years since the end of the Cold War. And it wasn't just me who said this. Joseph Borrell, who's a former foreign minister of the EU, said very simply, the Europeans have been too long reliant on US security assurances, cheap energy from Russia, and big markets from China. So the point I'm making is that Europe needs to get the hell up, wake up, and we need to take ownership. My concern is that whilst we have the capacity to do that, we always seem to fall back into this lapse of judgment that actually maybe we don't need to be too worried about it. But like, it's make or break time, guys. We've got to do something about it. And also the time horizon, right? By the time it takes for Europe to get shit together, it's still time for Putin to remilitarize and be a genuine threat, right? I don't like the villainization of Russia in every form, but unfortunately, it's run by a guy who wants to see the destruction of democracy and Western values, which Europe, as a European, I value. So I don't know. I mean, I could continue, but
I mean, I guess
sure
the
you've got
issue
plenty
is
to
that,
say.
yeah, I mean, the issue is that not to, now I will be very American, okay, you fucking Europeans. Listen, when you guys all have armies, all you do is kill each other, okay? You guys are doing it constantly. Prior to World War II, prior to World War I, you give every European country an army, you got another 100 years war, you got another, you got another Fourth Reich, you've got more people fighting all the time constantly. I think that after the fall of the Soviet Union, people were worried that Europe would fall into that trend of everybody fighting each other again. And I think especially in the Balkans, Yugoslavia, like we were like, oh boy, here we go. But it didn't really happen. And I think that the United States providing this like friendly security umbrella where people are like, well, the US runs shit militarily, so what are we going to do? I guess develop economically and trade. I feel like that paradigm is better for the United States, obviously. It's better for Europe, I would say. Like, you're talking about the benefits of Europe needs to militarize. When you say Europe needs to militarize, you said you're half Russian, half British. What does that even mean now? Because the UK is not even part of the European Union, so is it going to be the own British army? You're never having an EU army, right? I think that the right and the left Eurosceptics would literally go into seizures if the EU started to form some kind of like military. So there wouldn't be a coherent. Really? You think so?
Well, I think, look, I mean, the events on Friday are such a inflection point, right? As I've made several videos of this on the channel and stuff, I don't know if I can mention that, but like, it's a paradigm shift, mate. It's a fundamental change in everything that we in the West have taken for granted. And the biggest tragedy I find about this is MAGA Americans are so far in with their idolization of Trump and what he stands for, or his idea of what America will be great again, that they're losing the forest for the trees, right? That they are forgetting that the long-term consequences of the destruction of Western unity, trust, and respect, it comes at a huge cost ultimately to America. Sure, you can save money, but ultimately the net negatives are there, plain to see. But because they don't want to fund Europe anymore, and it's like Twitter's such a cesspit now that sort of you've got Americans just saying fuck you to everything about Europe's a shithole and all this sort of stuff, and it's like, hang on a minute, some of you Americans are the ones who constantly say how much you love Europe because of its culture, history, and so on. So they're so willing to support Trump that they're even willing to slag off the thing that they used to say how much they love it. So it's just bad. I think the one thing that Europe's going to have to really think about is, well, having to play Trump politically, they're going to have to really appeal to his interest, transactional approach to foreign policy, right? In the case of Europe has we can't do everything at once. There is so much that America provides that we just don't have the capacity to replicate immediately. And I'm thinking predominantly sort of logistics aspects, radar, intelligence, that sort of thing, right? America provides such an overarching security architecture for the Europeans. We have to focus on one thing at a time. And the British, to your point, the UK aren't even in the EU. How's that going to work? Interoperability is a problem. We've got issues with manpower shortages. We've got a problem with the willingness of people to sign up to fight in hypothetical scenarios. There's a fuck ton of shit. So unfortunately, I think the Europeans are still going to have to bite the bullet and do some kind of deals with the Trump administration on what he considers to be beneficial to America. They're going to have to drop this values-based approach towards American interests and clearly put it in, this is why you should deal with us, not the Chinese or the Russians. You know what I mean? This is the zero-sum game we seem to be in. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, but like it's...
Listen, all I'm saying is, okay, 250 years ago, France helped us rebel before, okay? Why don't you guys just help us out again, okay? We got to get rid of Trump. We got to get rid of this administration. Wouldn't that be the path of least resistance? No, I mean, I guess it's just sad that we're all just supposed to accept a fundamentally worse world for everybody. Like, that's just, I don't know. Like, the idea that, like...
But what choice do we have? If you try to throw out Trump, that's not exactly democratic, is it? I would love nothing more to see the end of this administration.
Nothing that Trump is doing right now is democratic. I don't think Trump cares about democracy or any part of that.
Yeah, but it's more about the people, right? You would have a literal civil war in America if the anti-Trump crowd tried to get Trump to be removed from office, right? That would lead to anarchy in America because it's like the majority of Americans voted for Trump, whether you like it or
Possibly,
not.
but I mean, like that. I mean, we could be looking at a similar situation in Europe as you are right now with Europe and American skepticism, right? Where at some point you have to take a hard stand because on the current path that we're on, the trajectory we're on is just I don't even want to say a slow erosion of our democratic freedoms. This current administration, this gets into a lot of domestic legal stuff, but has just totally acted with willful disregard of the law and everything. So, yeah, it's pretty insane. It's pretty insane here. Like that, we might already be on that path and we just don't realize it yet. Or 5 years from now, we'll be like, oh, how could we not notice that we were on an inevitable, crash course to some kind of, horrible domestic event.
Well, think about it, right? What has happened in 5 weeks of U.S. administration? 5 weeks. Mm-hmm. I knew, again, that this sort of stuff would happen. You would see a dissolution, but not a complete disintegration. Like the unraveling is remarkable, I have to be honest. And I don't know. I want to get into the specifics a little bit because I'm curious what you thought about individuals. As I said, I deplore Vance even more than Trump. But Marco Rubio, I think, is a very interesting case because the way he was sitting, I don't know if you saw this, but the way he was like hunched up in the seat in the Oval Office, it looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him up. He was, he's Cuban American. He was not exactly. Well, you can relate to that, right? You're not shy to share your opinions and feelings about a situation.
Yeah, I mean, do you ever see that video when Saddam Hussein first comes into power in Iraq, and he starts calling up random party members that he's like accusing of being traitors to the party? And in the middle of this, where he's calling out random people, one guy, I think, gets up and he's like, long live Saddam Hussein, long live. And everybody starts getting up and saying it so that everybody's kind of like on his good side. When you look at how Trump runs things, it's basically like that. Rubio, I don't know how much you know about Marco Rubio's history in the U.S. Rubio is a fucking hawk. This is a hawkish person who is, I would say, just looking at him and his primary performance in 2016, he's solidly a neocon. And to see him now have to suck up to Trump and do everything else, all of these people have had to fall in line. If you do not fall in line with the Trump agenda, he will destroy you, whether that means taking you to court and suing you, as he's done with pollsters that he doesn't like, as he's done with media companies who publish interviews that he doesn't like. Even if they're not about him, he's doing it, I think, with CNN and a Kamala Harris interview that he didn't like. He will sick the DOJ on you, which he's already shown, because Pam Bondi and Bovee, the Attorney General and the Deputy AG, are now are investigating people that won't follow orders from the Trump admin. They've already done this with regards to the case being dismissed against Eric Adams in New York. Or he'll just destroy you from the party. He'll talk shit about you constantly. He'll tell people they're going to primary you, we're going to vote you out. So you have to play ball with Trump, or he will apply like 7 different dimensions of pressure on you. And Rubio's just in that trap, basically. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think he was one of the least problematic, and I use that wording very specifically, individuals who was
Rubio was a shining star in those cabinet picks, and it hurts to say that, but he was absolutely a shining star because he's somebody that doesn't fucking hate America. He was like one of the only people that was like, oh, this is a guy that at least likes his country, I can tell, but yeah, he was like the only one.
Who has reasonable grounds. I had some limited hope about Kellogg as well. General Kellogg as the envoy towards Ukraine, right?
Okay.
But at the end of the day, the guy is only capable of doing what hand he's dealt, which is, Trump's. So not ideal. But yeah, no, Marco Rubio's point is, I think the immediate tweet he made sort of sucking up even more and placating Trump's behavior and Vance's behavior. So I'm in Belgravia Square, which is there's a lot of foreign money here, so lots of Lamborghinis and stuff. If you heard the noise, but yeah. So I mean, it's just really, it's really just tragic to see that even the standout guy, as you say, is sort of not willing to take a moralistic stand. So I don't know. I mean,
you can't. If you do, you get fired. You get primaried. You get kicked out. Like that's what's happened. Like when Doge was tearing through federal agencies, like there were 2 security guards trying to stop Doge guys going into I believe it was the Treasury, and they just fired both of them. They get
well, speaking of Doge,
yeah.
Musk what was Zelensky doing not wearing a suit, man? That's outrageous, right? It's not like Musk or Narendra Modi or Winston Churchill in 1943 haven't worn a suit or anything.
Yeah, what's his name?
That's what most
when
matters.
Arafat showed up to sign Was it the Oslo Accords? When Arafat showed up at Camp David or whatever, he didn't have a fucking, he had his military uniform on even.
Yeah, he was wearing fatigues.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So no, that's what I love about the
So performative.
unconditional supporters of Trump is that they will pick up on literally the most inconsequential aspects, sort of the fact that Zelensky's not in a suit. Is that really the and obviously the guy who asked the question in the whole thing, do you own a suit? That was clearly a plan. I think that was all deliberately done to trigger Zelensky or to. I mean, very simple. I don't know. Do you think it was staged, the whole thing? Do you think it was just an ambush?
Honestly, the thing that makes me feel like it was staged the most is when Trump said, "I'm glad I let this go on so long so you could see," or whatever. That was a really weird comment to make. When I heard him say that, I was like, wait, what do you mean you're glad that you let this go on so long so people could see? See what? Yeah, I don't know. It feels stupid, yeah.
I didn't know he said that. When did he say that? Near the end?
Yeah, it was near the end. Yeah, Trump said, and I'm glad we let this go on for so long or whatever. I'm glad I let this go on. Yeah, that was a crazy comment to me. It's like, Jesus, but.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know. I feel like obviously they had an agenda, and I've vacillated so much in the past 48 hours. I ended up giving up my Friday night because of what happened. I was just so caught up, covering it on YouTube and other social media and stuff, and I vacillated thinking sort of that this was staged, it wasn't, but ultimately sort of either if it partially was, the implications are so significant, I don't think it would have mattered either way, to be honest. I think that if it had just been between Trump and Zelensky, maybe you're going to disagree with this point, but I don't think it would have transcended into what it did.
Probably not, but I think that one issue that people have, I don't know if we'll disagree on this. I don't think there is any deal that Zelensky could or should sign that doesn't include security guarantees. What a waste of fucking time, in my opinion, to put pen to paper on something that doesn't have a security assurance from the United States or anybody in the West. And it sounds like when Zelensky was going to the White House that Trump had no intention whatsoever of providing any of those security guarantees. So, I mean, privately, maybe it wouldn't have turned into a shouting match or whatever, but like, I don't know if they would have walked away signing anything unless it would have been the weakest deal of like just the outline of a thing that meant nothing anyway.
Yeah, no, I think so. I actually don't disagree with you on that. I think what's more interesting is the framing by which the Ukrainian delegation or representatives tried to frame it as though it was sort of the revised version was somehow improved. Yeah, so there's lots of this stuff around here. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it's just really sad to see that's the extent by which the Ukrainians have to sort of try and make it look as though they've won the US delegation round, right? It's and to be honest with you though, I'm not entirely sure what a backstop would look like. This is a popular word that is used in international relations, but it never really has a clear sort of definition. Like sort of the US continues to be present through a reduced NATO presence in Eastern Europe or something like that, whilst the Europeans take up the peacekeeping front lines in actual Ukraine. Like it's sort of to properly roadmap or blueprint out, if that makes sense, how it would physically be working in the region. It's very hard to imagine, to be honest.
Well, I think the reason why it's hard to imagine, I don't think it's actually that hard to imagine. I think that when somebody, I don't know how big your business stuff, when somebody asks me a question and they have a difficulty, or if you have like difficulty feeling what you should do with a particular life decision or a particular like business decision, a lot of the times the problem is a first principles problem. You don't actually know like, well, what are you about? What are you trying to do? On a really big macro level. When you don't have those questions figured out, every little minor decision becomes very difficult. I think the reason why it's hard to envision what does a U.S. backstop look like, what does any of this deal look like, it's because Trump has no comprehensive vision, or at least he hasn't expressed a comprehensive vision on anything, on like what is the U.S.'s role in Europe? What should a final resolution between Ukraine and Russia look like? What does future involvement of the United States look like in enforcing? Like any of these broader questions, just the broad question of like, what is the United States role in Europe and the rest of the world? I don't think anybody knows the answer to that right now, right? You've got a U.S. president who says they don't want to be involved in European security, but they want to own one of the most hot pieces of land in the Middle East, the Gaza Strip. Like, what is the underlying philosophy that's guiding both of these decisions besides chaotic, random, like, dipshittery? Like, I have no fucking idea, you know?
Well, no, it's funny. It's a paradox, isn't it? Because on the one hand, Trump's talking about isolationism and disengagement from U.S. commitments or activity in the international system, but at the same time, he's talking about, you know, physically occupying and presiding over a piece of land that has no strategic or materialistic value. No offense to the Gaza Strip, but it would be, well, he wants to turn it into a Riviera. Okay, sounds like a stand-up form of foreign policy for the Trump administration. But also, I think it shows you just how much Trump sees the world through great power politics, right? He sees things through might is right, and the only way to really get what you want is through show of force. And that expendable states, be them Ukraine or any other small state, they're just that. They are pawns in the greater strategic game, and that's why he's, you know, prioritized talking to Modi over even the British or the French. He's prioritized talking to the Russians and ignoring Ukraine. And it's this stark shift from the Biden administration. I mean, Biden couldn't be any more of a multilateralist. He couldn't be any more of a guy who talks about international cooperation and values and whatever you think about his hypocrisy or inconsistency in policy versus rhetoric. It's you know, it couldn't be more of a 180, I guess is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do you think happens next then?
I can't predict. It's like when people ask me, like, why do you think this guy's doing this or what's going on with it? I have no idea. I can't predict anything. I have absolutely no idea. Everything just feels like chaotic randomness to me. Like, there's a world where tomorrow somebody shows Trump a deep fake of Putin calling him a big sissy pussy baby, and Trump says, you know, we're actually going to be shipping nuclear weapons to Ukraine so they can defend themselves because we think Ukraine is the most important country in the world to maintain its safe. Like, I have no idea. I truly cannot predict. Nothing in this administration makes sense to me. I don't know. Like, why are we fighting with Mexico and Canada? I don't know. Why are we tariffing our friends more than China or anybody else? Like, I don't know. I have no idea. How do you view the guiding principles of this administration? How do you ever make a prediction on what you think comes next, I guess, in the current Trump administration?
I think that it's the one thing about Trump you can predict is that he will be unpredictable. I know that sounds a bit like, what the hell are you talking about? But in the sense of, that's why I think the Europeans are best placed to not take anything for granted anymore. Mm-hmm. You have to go on the notion that worst case scenario is most likely what could happen. We are seeing the unraveling of the international order that has benefited the United States and the West for the past 80 years, and particularly the past 30 years. And it's up to Europe now to decide whether we want to actually take control and ownership of that, or whether we're just going to seep back into our old ways of doing it. And I think that, again, that means realism it doesn't mean you have to sell out your principles completely, right? The EU is a pole for soft power, right? We are, not whether, again, it's hypocrisy, double standards of the past, but, like, you know, a lot of people look to the EU as upholding things around climate change or human rights and democracy and things like that. And the US is not doing that at the moment. So the EU has to balance.
Okay, so you're saying a thing, and I take issue with this. I hear a lot of people do this. Realism. We have to be, you know, we have to look at real power politics. We have to look at all these things. Why is it that is only ever applied to Russia? Why is that never applied to the United States? Like, why is it never the case that, so for instance, Trump will say any crazy fucking outlandish thing and all of the maggots, you know, will crawl to slurp up whatever falls out of his body saying like, oh, you know, well, that's how he negotiates and blah, blah, blah. Why couldn't Trump tomorrow say, actually, we want the war in Ukraine to end. And if it doesn't, we're firing nukes on Moscow on the 1st. We're nuking Moscow. Now, obviously, that would be an insane thing to say, but why is it that Trump can only say insane things against our allies? Why can't it be on Russia for once to think like, okay, well, fuck, the U.S. is kind of fucking crazy. Would Trump do it? I'm not sure. Maybe I should proceed with caution. There is no caution whatsoever on the Russian side. The only roadblocks that this administration seems to throw up are in front of allies. Why is it, I'm curious, or maybe I'm missing something. Can you give me a single time where Russia has had to decide something like, ooh, maybe Trump's going to fuck us really hard on this one, as opposed to right now, it just seems like they're getting every single possible thing they want from the U.S. administration?
Well, I mean, keep in mind that this U.S. administration has only been in 6 weeks, and we did see a fair amount of that from Biden as well, right? Biden, there's been a lot of rhetoric about bringing Ukraine into NATO and that they would always be part of the NATO alliance. But in reality, the Europeans are not on board with that because Ukraine is not ready to join NATO. They are not on the same economic or military level. The interoperability is a problem. Corruption is still a thing in Ukraine.
Sure,
So,
but the support for Ukraine was unequivocal from Biden. The biggest
yeah, but it's rhetoric.
Well, no, it wasn't. Shipping weapons, making intelligence available, like trying to provide as much material support as possible.
Yeah, but that's a band-aid, isn't it? That doesn't solve the systemic threat that Ukraine feels.
True, but I mean,
a
like,
solution to the situation, right?
Yeah, but they're not in NATO, and deploying U.S. troops formally against Russia is something that historically we just don't do. I think for decent reason. But I'm just saying that, like, at the very least, like, Biden was a thorn. If nothing else, it was a huge thorn in Russia's side. Whereas Trump seems eager to capitulate to any Russian demand.
I think it goes back to the sort of one argument has been put that the US doesn't need to stoop to such levels as the Russians do. They don't need to be as primitive in making such threats to force the capitulation of the Kremlin. I mean, the
That's
US
true,
has...
but that's only when you're willing to exercise soft power, which the United States also doesn't do. The reason why you don't have to capitulate in a barbaric way is because you've got larger ways to bully people around. But who are we bullying? What did we just announce? Didn't we announce tariffs on the EU? We've got our tariffs coming online for Canada and Mexico. What, we're using our soft power against all of our allies. I don't know why.
No, I know. I think it's also because you just don't want. I think it's a reputational aspect that the US doesn't want to be sort of criticized as doing Putin's policies, right? But there are a couple of examples where the US has really put forward some suggestions, right? You can talk about the $350 billion, which is of Russian finances, which the Americans have suggested multiple times they would acquire, and haven't, because they knew that really is a red line for the Russians. Also, when Putin was making threats when he did them partial quote unquote, which was full mobilization in 2022, that was Putin really. I think late 2022, about 5-6 months into the war, just after Ukraine had made the counteroffensive in Kharkiv, the Russians were really on the back foot. He was making renewed nuclear threats. He was being very that was Putin as rattled as I've seen him in a long time.
For sure.
And I think that was because the Americans were really beginning to up the ante, and you could see it paying dividends in terms of the military operations that the Ukrainians were managing.
Sure.
But then obviously the Russians dug in.
Putin having to flee Moscow for that mini 2-day coup from Prigozhin.
The mutiny from Wagner.
The
mutiny from Wagner. Yeah. Well, that was obviously a dumpster fire in terms of. For some reason, Prigozhin thinking that if he got on a plane a few months later, he wouldn't be then taken out in the air by Russian whatever it was.
Really, I thought it was a DEI pilot. I thought that's why that plane crashed. But yeah, maybe it was maybe he got Navalny'd, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, man. I wish I don't know. The thing is, I just don't know what this administration wants. Like, I'm curious in a final Ukrainian-Russian settlement. I see right now. This feels disgusting to say, but I see Ukraine having to give up every occupied territory right now, essentially, like all of the southeast, basically. Probably assurances given to Russia that Ukraine won't be allowed to join NATO, or maybe probably not even the European Union for the next 10 or 20 years. And what is Russia sacrificing? Like, what is Russia giving up for this peace deal?
Well, nothing. I mean, I'll put it this way, right? There's a distinction between what I would prefer and what is more realistic. I'm also just outside Lancaster House, everybody. So this is where the European leaders are meeting or have been for the past 2-3 hours. As you can see, it's completely fenced off. It's lovely. It's sunny evening here in London. But yeah, I just wanted to come down. You've got camera crews and there's a Ukraine flag, obviously, and So yeah. Anyway, I'm going to wander around and see what we can find, but it's all very fenced off. Counter-terrorism, police and everything around. But anyway, so no, I think that, look, I've got my preference, which is obviously 91 borders. Ukraine is a sovereign state, and the international rules-based order that we've grown accustomed to is respected. But I also think that there's a reality, which is that unless the United States is willing to support Ukraine unconditionally and unlimitedly in terms of timescale, I cannot see physically how the Ukrainians can take back the control of the territories that the Russians currently are in. The Russians are facing an economic pressure if the Russian economy collapses and Putin faces internal demise, then that might be a little bit more of a potential factor. But as it stands, the Europeans do not have the military capacity to support Ukraine in that endeavor. They just don't have the military output. We'd have to reallocate a significant amount of our resources and economy towards wartime production. And I don't think the Europeans are willing to do that, despite what they say about supporting Ukraine throughout everything. And so if we're not willing to do that, then we don't just, without the US, we just don't have that same amount of capacity. And therefore, the likelihood that Ukraine can somehow in-house develop their defensive and offensive capabilities to retake back the territories unilaterally, right, in terms of just manpower, that's another issue, that Ukrainians do have a manpower disadvantage. I just can't see how they realistically are going to retake the four oblasts. So sort of, do they cut their losses, accept that the four oblasts are lost, and they just double down in terms of developing security assurances along the existing line of contact?
Yeah, but what security?
I mean, take care of that.
I guess the issue is basically that, yeah, I mean, it's a full Russian victory. I don't know what the point is of I would prefer the U.S. just not even be involved at all then. Like, I feel like there's a worst case scenario, which is the U.S. negotiating a bad, or this is worse than a worst case scenario. Like, why would the United States be involved in negotiating such an absolute and utter and total surrender? Why are we even involved? What's the point? I don't know. It just seems so stupid to me. I don't know.
I think that's the argument of people. I think that's the argument of people who are more, I don't know, pro-Putin or Putin apologists. But in that sort of, the Americans should never have got involved as much as they have, because the likelihood that, we either had to give them Ukraine everything from the beginning, or give them, basically it was Biden's inconsistency and reluctance to be committed, either commit fully, but he was still holding back. The Ukrainians earned javelins, they earned ATACMS, but each time it came too little too late. And by that point, the Russians were dug in with positions, and therefore it was a pointless thing to do. And so that's what frustrated a lot of pro-Ukraine.
I think there's two things going on. So retrospectively, I think we kind of forget this, but I think, and my Ukrainian friends are going to kill me, but I think it was fair in the beginning to be a little bit slow, because even though Ukraine is seen as this really noble, good nation now, and I agree with the view, and Zelensky's an awesome guy, Ukraine did have a whole bunch of problems related to corruption and everything else prior to 2014, for sure, and even prior to 2022. So the idea that they're getting invaded, and now we're just going to, wait, are you still here, or did you get totally DC'd? Oh, fuck, he's totally disconnected.
No, I'm here. Sorry. My camera went off for some reason. So anyway, I'm here. Sorry, I'm listening.
Wait, hold on. It's lagging a little bit.
Have I lost you now? No, you're here.
No, I can hear you. It's just a little laggy. Maybe new position almost?
How about that? Is that better?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying that in the beginning I could understand not
opening.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, in the beginning I could understand not giving
Sorry,
everything.
You were saying?
In the beginning, I could understand not giving everything to Ukraine because we had no idea how they would utilize it, right? So I'm a little bit sympathetic in the first few months, at least, or half year or whatever, of okay, well, let's see how they are able to fight. You wouldn't want to turn over a bunch of military stuff and they end up getting steamrolled anyway because they just don't have the ability to mobilize. Nobody really knew what that war would look like, despite so many opinions on both sides of it. But then after a couple of years, I think that the issue that you ran into was Republicans in the United States just didn't want to support Ukraine anymore. And it became a fight on every single piece of legislation then, whether or not we were going to greenlight more support to Ukraine started to become tied to border bills in the United States of America. And it was just ridiculous. So I think that, I don't know, I feel like if you're a country and you're fighting with somebody else, the idea that the U.S. is in the shadows, is behind your opponent, that should be a really scary thing. But right now it just seems like a really cucked thing. Or even it's it's good for you. Oh, cool, the U.S. is involved. So we know that whoever we're fighting against is now going to be super fucked and cucked because the U.S. isn't going to want to be involved in anything and they're going to hold them back the whole time. I don't know, it just feels really shitty to me. When I say I don't think the U.S. should be involved now, it's not because I don't think they shouldn't have ever been involved. It's because now it seems like the U.S. is, Russia has to play real power politics and the U.S. has to play real cuckold politics where we can't do anything and they can do everything. It's the fuck? I don't know.
Well, this is the problem, right? anti-Ukrainian voices will say that, Russia's winning and the Americans and NATO can't even beat Russia. But sort of they miss completely the point, which is that the Americans aren't actually involved. They're sending weapons indirectly, which is not the same as American forces actually fighting Russia directly. But we wouldn't ever want to get to that point because that does lead to, well, Armageddon. So sort of the United States is having to play the bigger player by not getting as involved as it could otherwise too. It would, because it would crush Russia, right? You've got 35 countries or whatever, 32 in NATO. And well, half of them are the same size economically as Russia versus let alone the United States, which is what, 20 times. So yeah, it's an unfair answer from the beginning, right? It's not a fair argument. It's a disingenuous argument from the beginning, rather. So that is part of it. But I also think that as I said, I think it goes back to the sort of the tug of war between what some people within Washington wanted to do versus what others felt was too scary. The fear of mad is very much there. And so I think that pulls a lot of Democrats, maybe not so much some of the neocon Republicans or something, into being like, well, we don't want to get too involved. We shouldn't give Ukraine too many weapons because that might antagonize the Russians. But then by not doing so, they're worsening the situation long term because the Ukrainians are still going to fight, but they're just going to be at a disadvantage and the whole thing just breaks down. You know what I mean? So it got to the point, I think, halfway through the war, at least for the past 3 years, where at that point, no matter how much the Americans gave Ukraine stuff, it was never going to be enough because there was always that sort of hand pulling them back a bit. You know what I mean? Sort of, they were dragging their feet still even a little bit. So yeah, I think at this point it's not salvageable. I just don't see how, unless Trump does a 180 again, and it's like, yes, actually, I'm going to support Ukraine completely because I feel I've been fucked over by Putin. Ukraine can somehow come out of this on top. It just doesn't seem realistic, as much as it pains me to say that.
Here's the biggest issue that I have, and I think we understood this at some point historically, right? When we talk about appeasement, right? When people say things like, we're scared of World War III, we're scared of nuclear whatever, wouldn't it be better to stop this type of behavior or to show Russia that it can't act this way because they know that that's going to happen rather than kind of like tempting them into doing it over and over again? Because wouldn't those exact same arguments apply if Russia decided to invade any of the, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Finland? Like if Russia wanted to invade any NATO country, why wouldn't those same arguments apply? Why would they expect, any U.S. presence to be involved in any of these things as well? Because wouldn't those exact same arguments be used? I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this is the problem that you don't want to fall too much into the direction of appeasing someone that will exploit you, but equally you don't want to push it to such an extent that you can't come back from it, right? So I don't know, I'll give you a personal example of my own internal dilemma about this. In the early days of the war, there was the discussion about the NATO no-fly zone, enforced no-fly zone by NATO. Mm-hmm. And I was not sure about that because if the Russians and the NATO did engage in the air, that is a trigger potentially for, heightened escalation. The Russians can claim that NATO shot them down, vice versa, etc. And so the point I'm making is that once you go too far, you can't come back from it.
Yeah, but
and I think that's the restraint thing of the Biden administration, right?
Yeah. So I don't like this thinking because I feel like this thinking legitimizes the saber rattling of nuclear winter. Let's say that were to happen, and I used to repeat these arguments, but like, let's say that you do get this. The U.S. comes in and they big dick it, and they say no fly zone over Ukraine. End of story. And Russia's like, well, fuck you. Obviously, you're not going to no-fly zone. What are you going to do? We're going to start having Russian and American jets shooting each other. And then Russia deploys air forces and the U.S. says, yeah, we are. And the U.S. starts shooting stuff down. What's Russia going to do? Like Putin, for all the hate that I might have for Putin and anybody else, I don't think Putin is an actual like maniac who's like, all right, I'm going to start fucking nuking everything. Fuck this. Like, I think at some point Russia has to say, well, the U.S. is an illegitimate fighter. They're involved in this. This is terrible. We're going to pull back. Do we really expect, like, the U.S. is not firing the first nukes, right? We know that. Is Russia going to fire the first nukes for Ukraine? I don't think so. And it sends a strong message. You're like, okay, well,
no head of state wants to be the first. No. I mean, no head of state wants to be the first to launch to press the red button. The reputation and legacy that leaves behind, right? Putin is wanting to be seen as the savior and restorator of Russia, not its absolute destruction. So it goes against everything that he stands for. But the problem I have is that Russia is more of a rogue state than, say, China. So, for example, when the Chinese and when the North Koreans and the Russians signed the strategic partnership in June, the Chinese were very quiet about that because they don't actually want it. They don't want the spotlight on Eastern Asia because, well, that brings attention to their activities in the South China Sea, in Taiwan. They're quite happy to see the chaos well, maybe not complete chaos, but they're quite happy to see Russia weakened because it means Russia is more reliant on China, and China can effectively, take all of their resources and use them as a bit of a vassal/client state. So the Chinese were not happy when they signed that strategic partnership because it brings an unnecessary amount of recklessness and unpredictability to the international system that China is a part of. You can talk about there being an anti-Western axis, right? The Economist likes to talk about the Chinese, the Iranians, the Russians, the North Koreans, but the Chinese are always the slight anomaly there because they are so much bigger and integrated with the system in a way that the Russians and the North Koreans are not. The Americans would never classify.
I feel like China understands and uses soft power so much better too than I guess the U.S. now and Russia as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're gradualists. They think in decades, whilst we think in minutes at this point. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that the no leader wants to be the first to launch the nukes, and therefore, though technology has changed, and my biggest concern always comes back to specifically tactical nukes, because if you have a warhead that has a very low yield on a tactical nuclear weapon, you can launch that into the Sea of Azov, the bit east of Crimea, and that would be a big symbolic strike, which wouldn't necessarily have any damage in terms of infrastructure, wouldn't kill anyone, but it would be such a show of force by the Russians to show you are really pushing us now, that that's still quite a scary concept. So
yeah, but think about what we're saying afterwards. What we're saying, the statement that we've made, the rules that we're writing right now for the international order are: if you have nuclear weapons, you can always be the aggressor, regardless of the justification for war, because we are too scared to fight with you. So why would Russia, if they saw an opportunity to flip Poland into another Belarus, into another whatever they want to turn Ukraine into another Georgian annexation, into another Moldova, Transnistria situation, who's to stop Russia from doing it? Because all these same arguments are still here. I feel like we're just running up the stairs in our tower, fighting floor by floor by floor, until at some point we're going to have to take a stand up because, okay, well, fuck, we can't, Russia's up to Germany now, or they're up to France now. Okay, well, fuck, I guess we got to do something now. And it's like, well, fuck, we should have just done this when it was Georgia, or at least when it was Ukraine. Why are we waiting so long? Do we think that Russia's going to say, well, I'm glad that the saber rattling worked here, and I was able to get every single thing I wanted to, and now I'm happy, and I'm just going to stop right here. This is chill. This is cool. Why would we expect them to show any restraint at all in the future when they've gotten every single thing they want?
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. The Trump administration is, at this point, I do think he's just deliberately giving into all of Putin's maximalist demands. There is you could talk about Ukraine not joining NATO again, which I sort of agree with just because of certain, to protect the NATO project, the European project. I just think it's realistic. But there are other ways that you can shore up support for Ukraine, right? And Trump isn't bothering with any of that. And it shows, to be honest, to take a step back for a second, think about the engagement between the Russians and the Americans, right? This is not about Ukraine. Ukraine is but a component of a broader resetting of bilateral relations between the two, in a way that we haven't really seen done since Trump was in office, right? So, the US, again, it shows you the real priorities of the Trump administration. And so the nuclear element is something that he talks about World War III, but I don't actually think he's that fearful of it, because he's looking at Putin as a business partner, not as an adversary or just even head of state. My problem with Trump in many ways is that he approaches politics like business, and it just isn't like that. It really isn't driven by just business interests. It's driven by state interests, sure, but those aren't just based on business interests, right? And I think he simplifies it all.
I don't even like calling it business interests. I don't think as a businessman, I don't think we're making good deals. But also, real quick, someone said you're near Big Ben. Can you point to Big Ben? We need to see it.
Can I see Big Ben? I just saw it. I would have pointed it. I'm walking to Lancaster House, which is where they're holding the meeting.
God damn it.
All
right.
I'll walk. Okay, I'll walk back round. I was literally in front of Buckingham Palace and all that stuff. I can point it out to people if you want.
No, that's okay.
I mean, it's getting dark here, so you might, after a while, it'll just be a black camera of me talking to you. But if that's all right with you,
no, you're good.
I'm kidding.
Keep walking. You're good. You're good.
So no, anyway, but I wanted to ask you very simply. So, what would you think is the best approach to this then? Like, how do we push Russia to the point, but we can ensure that they won't resort to nuclear weapons? Because
I think
if you've got that answer, you should be running for president, mate.
Well, the issue right now, unfortunately, is I think we've already done irreparable damage to our relationship to the rest of the world, because how the fuck does the world look at the United States beyond being a schizophrenic country going from Obama to Trump to Biden to back to Trump? It's just insane. So whatever president we get next, even if it's a good president, it's just going to be crazy. Like, we're just so unreliable in terms of our foreign policy outlook. But I would say, and I might be biased coming off my Israeli history studying, but like, the best thing that you can do is to have a very strong no nonsense policy of, hey, you're not allowed to do this. And if you do this, the United States is going to come down on you with the force of 1,000 F-35s and obliterate whatever the fuck you're doing. And then that's your hard line right there. And if Russia wants to be like, whoa, we're gonna fucking nuke you, really? You're really going to do that? Is Putin going to stay in power? A guy who already was facing mutiny from Wagner, who, I don't know what his actual popularity numbers are, but for an economy that's been strained by war for 2 years, on a country that it should have been able to defeat in 2 weeks, you're going to start pushing the nuclear button? Like, what do Chinese-Russian relations look like if Russia starts threatening nukes? Like, is that something that even the rest of, BRICS is going to be on board with? Is China going to be on board with that? Like, I don't know. I feel like the saber rattling is only done because other people give into it. But if the United States stops listening, I think that the next step is, this would be the thing I would say. What do you think would be more likely? Okay. The United States says, we changed our mind on Ukraine. We're doing a new no-fly zone. And those are our F-35s that now own that sky. And if you cross the border or if you shoot anything or whatever, you're getting bombed, okay? Do you think that from there, is it more likely that Putin says, well, fuck, I guess I just have to start nuking shit? Or does Putin go, wow, these horrible, disgusting Americans and the rest of the world have backstabbed us and they're turned against us and we have no choice but to leave, I guess, Ukraine. But I mean, the U.S. did this and it's their fault and they pull out of Ukraine. Like, what do you think is more likely in that point?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, because also, just before I answer, this is Lancaster House, or sort of one of the entrances. Further around there is where most of the vehicles would have been going through with the heads of state and delegations. Most of them have left at this point. They've got to get back across to Europe. And Zelensky, I believe, has already left. He's on the way to see King Charles for a meeting. So anyway, this is sort of where ground zero of today, and where Europe really needs to wake the fuck up. So. Yeah. To answer your question very simply, I think that is the million-dollar question, because if Putin were not to do something in response to that, then that's the end of his legitimacy as the president. Because
so just real quick on this point, because I want to hear you talk about this. I disagree with you, but only because, keep in mind, this is an offensive operation. I think that if NATO were attacking Russian territory, or if the U.S. was attacking like Russia proper, sure, but this is for a Russian invasion. They're just retreating from land that they're invading. Now, we can argue that they formally annexed parts of Ukraine. I don't know how much that matters.
Wait, back up. So are you talking about NATO actively being on the ground or in the air, so to speak, in Ukraine, managing the airspace much more, like assert it offensively?
No. I'm saying that it would just be in Ukraine. It would be defense of Ukraine. I have impossible believing that Putin would be firing nukes for offensive war against Ukraine.
No, of course he wouldn't. I don't think the Kremlin would do anything in that instance. But again, that is existential for Putin, or nearing about as existential as you can get, because he is. It's about the legitimization of his regime. He's an autocrat, don't forget, and as much as people who shrill for him like to say that democracies are inherently stable, so are autocrats. If you don't have the keys of foundation or keys to power, your financiers, your military supporters, and your law enforcement or whatever, you are on shaky ground. And Putin has arguably been the most effective strongman, which is why he's lauded amongst so many others, like, well, even Netanyahu, sort of. Sometimes, right, or Erdogan or Bolsonaro, and Trump arguably himself. It's because he's been the most successful person at purging his adversaries, his skeptics, denialists, whatever, that he remains so much in power.
I
And
agree.
so he
But
would,
imagine a deal where the U.S. says, no fly zone over Ukraine. Okay, no fly zone over Ukraine. Here's the deal. All right, if you want this to stop, you can have a 99-year lease for Sevastopol, so you can keep your port there, and you can float your ships or whatever. But all the territory goes back to Ukraine. You get to have your lease on Sevastopol. All the sanctions go away. We'll unfreeze your funds or whatever. But this conflict is over. Like, I feel like that's a deal that, you know, Putin has to go back to Russia licking his wounds a little bit, but they get all their assets unfrozen. They get their sanctions lifted. Their economy starts to recover. His oligarchs are happy. You know, he can come away saying like, well, look at what at least he has some victory there that he can point to. Well, I got all these assets back from the European Union, from the Americans and everything else. And here we are, you know, into the future. Like, I don't know. That just seems so much better than letting Putin walk away with a big W from this war that justifies all of it. Now he's got 4 of these, if you count, you know, intrusion in Syria and everything, where he can point to like, well, look at these great Russian military interventions and everything. Well, I guess not Syria anymore because Assad is gone, but I don't know.
well, yeah, that's a good point. So I think we should bring in that component as well, which is that if we need to take stock of where Russia is right now, which is, for whatever morons say Russia's winning, they're not. Strategically speaking, or grand strategically speaking, Russia is doing pretty bad. They've lost Assad. The Iranians are decimated from, well, Hezbollah, so they've lost their effects across the Middle East. North Korea is doing okay, I guess. I mean, not really much is happening over there. But the Russians are facing, you know, the economy is getting really bad. So Putin is not in an ideal position. And so his back is up against the wall quite a lot. And so if he then starts being, you know, even more pressured by the United States in terms of like, you know, look, we're going to enforce this no-fly zone. What are you going to do, punk? That is something I cannot really predict. I've studied Putin in Russian studies for a while, but to go to that extent, that might be the point where the Russians are like, well, maybe, you know, screw it. Ukraine is expendable.
Yeah,
because Putin has to sell it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But Putin can sell it because at least he's got some offers from the West in terms of, well, here's what you get if you leave. But this would be the type of thing that only the United States could do, which I thought was a cool thing about my country. But right now, the United States is negotiating this peace deal like we're fucking Albania or whatever. Not to knock on the Albanians, but it's like, what, we have nothing to offer, no firepower, no show for it. I don't know. Just seems wacky to me.
Well, I'm curious on that point though, what you and your viewers think, right? About, because pro MAGAs frame this as being sort of Trump is using common sense and a show of force. He's putting Zelensky in his place by treating him disrespectfully. He didn't say thank you enough times, right? But like, for anyone of a reasonable mind, it just looks incredibly defeatist. You are giving in to the demands when you run the most powerful economy. It's like, well, we don't want to spend any more money. Yeah, that's fair enough. But I don't understand how they try to frame it as though this is some kind of show of strength by the Trump administration.
Yeah, when we're just bullying the side that's already like the severe underdog and everything. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like having, like I said before, like having the U.S. as your ally, like that should be the ultimate fucking fear of the other side, that the U.S. has stepped in and has gotten involved, and now you're like, well, fuck me. Whereas right now, it's just like, it means nothing. Like the U.S. just wants to retreat from everything, or,
I guess I wouldn't. Let's be a little bit more. I'm going to start dancing around it a little bit more. I think that if the United States were to try to impose some kind of more concentrated, I don't know, no-fly zone, or more established, like sort of to push back against the Russians in a sort of more focused effort, I don't think the Russians would actually respond. We've done that each time we've given the Ukrainians more. And I think the most recent example was October, November, when the Russians, you know, reviewed or revised their nuclear doctrine to basically make it easier for them to launch nukes or put them on high alert, which is, you know, that's not just rhetoric, it's a policy shift, however demonstrative it might be, but it's still more than just words. But I think if the US continue to apply the pressure up, more sanctions, more methods of trying to bring countries around to dissuade them from trading with Russia, for example, that would then, you know, the argument is that the Russian economy is about to implode or sort of go down in the next year, but I don't know how much Ukraine can last that long. given the destruction from within the US towards them, as well as the pressure from Putin. So
Yeah, I think another huge issue is, and I'm not studied on this at all. You would know a billion times more. But I think another issue is just that over the past 30 years, the United States doesn't seem to know what its relationship with Russia is, right? Like after the I think Gorbachev was trying to liberalize the Soviet Union quite a bit. The Soviet Union falls. Yeltsin is in and out. Putin is in and out. Like, the war on terror happens and we start to get a lot closer to Russia security wise, but then they invade Georgia and we're not as sure. And it feels like the United States and Russia, I don't know if it's confusion on the US side, the Russian side, on both sides, if it's an international issue where other forces are at play, but it feels like the United States just hasn't made a firm decision on what is our relationship with Russia. How do we view each other and how should we proceed with that? And without that big question being solved too, it's also hard to figure out, like, what does any future involving both of us look like?
Well, I hear I'm going to take a slightly different tone, maybe, but I do think that there has been an unnecessary demonization of Russia in the past. Not necessarily, but I forget Putin for a second, but like a lot of pop culture in the US, it's always, the Russians are the evil. They want to destroy the US and our way of life and freedoms and all that sort of stuff. And I do think that I don't know if you saw a talk given by a very prominent economist called Jeffrey Sachs relatively recently in the EU. And some people might hear that name and be like, oh, I don't like him. But he, I think, is quite reasonable in that he acknowledges that the West could have done maybe a better job of engaging Russia earlier on in this whole.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we just came off of like a 50-year whatever Cold War. Of course. I mean, come on. We all watched Rocky IV or whatever. We all did this. We saw the space race. Like, it's pretty hard to come off that and then be like, okay, cool, everything's chill now. Like, there was a lot. I mean, I told you, my own parents are like big Red Scare people, and they talked about Chi-Com and the Soviets. Like, my mom called the Soviet Union up until like 10 years ago. She would still call Russia the Soviet Union, the Soviets, everything. So, to be fair, yeah, I mean, it's antagonistic. I agree for sure, but I think it's like understandably so.
Yeah, yes and no. The US did try stuff. Americans who are pro-Putin or the apologists often talk about, not 1 inch further east because of NATO and this whole promise by Secretary James Baker, I think it was. But that is a false. That is a false representation of history. Because that's not what happened. There was never any. It was verbal, sure. They might have said some verbal stuff, but there was never any written guarantee.
Okay, not only that, I'm glad you bring this up because I hate it when people bring that point up. That was referring to the militarization of East Germany if they did reunification. The idea that NATO wouldn't move any further east didn't make sense when Baker was speaking because there was nowhere east for NATO to even move to. The Warsaw Pact was still in effect and everything else. I think that had to do with the remilitarization of East Germany if they did reunification, which was a big concern. But people pretend that was some guarantee. That NATO would never expand. And I think even Gorbachev himself, gave an interview saying, no, of course, there was never like any written promise or guarantee or anything for that.
So here's a couple of more fun facts. So, in 1997, Clinton's administration established the Founding Act with NATO, which was about trying to better establish, integration or interoperability through certain areas. In the 90s, NATO was a bit of a I didn't know what it was going to be. It didn't have an identity anymore. The existence of its, the reason of its creation was no longer a thing. So, and then in 2002, they created the Russian NATO Council. So these were effective steps by the US and allies to try to sort of, engage Russia more effectively. Yeah, but the other thing was also, Russia was integrated to NATO through what's known as the Partnership for Peace program. So this was an initiative with Ukraine as well, and technically they're both part of it. These ideas of talking about collective peace through, dealing with counterterrorism, counter-narcotics, counterinsurgency, whatever. And Putin was actually, one of the first allies to say to George Bush, when 9/11 happened, we're here to support you.
Yeah.
It's insane. And the very last point I make is also actually Russia applied to join NATO twice. First in 1954, it's the Soviet Union, and second as Russia in the late 90s/2000s, because Putin thought NATO would be a useful, counterbalance or vehicle by which to deal with the Chechenian uprisings in the late 90s in Chechnya and stuff. So the relationship there is completely more complex than people say. It's all about NATO expansionism and destruction of Russia. It's just rubbish. But where do we go from there? So
yeah,
is it the end of NATO? What do you think?
I mean, that's up to Putin, I think. I think Putin should just fire like 2 missiles into Poland, and I think NATO falls apart immediately because the United States is not doing anything. It doesn't feel like it, so who knows? Yeah.
What would you most like to see done then? What would you like Trump to do?
Would I like Trump die of a heart attack, I guess? I don't know. What I mean, he'd have to fall over and crush Vance on the way down, though. I mean, I don't know. I feel like the United States doesn't have a vision of itself in the world. I feel like the U.S. has a very negative view of itself. We used to have these competing ideas in the U.S. We had like our hawkish party on the right, the Republicans, who said U.S. police good, and then we had our like very far left people who were like the U.S. foreign policy, we're always bad. And now everybody switched over to that latter position where the right says, oh, true, U.S. foreign policy is bad, and now everybody just hates America in America. So obviously we don't see ourselves as having any kind of like moral justification for doing anything internationally. And I think that's
But
just
what do you identify it as? Like, are you are liberal, but like, are you a liberal interventionist? You believe in intervening in countries to encourage democracy? Are you more,
I don't believe about. I mean, I don't think we should intervene just for democracy, but I think in places where, like, the United States, I think should have a very active involvement in European security. I think it's demonstrably been incredibly successful over the past 30 years, and the idea of just walking away from that for no reason, I think is incredibly silly and stupid. And for the cited reasons that Trump gives is even more stupid. The idea that Europe is scamming us with tariffs and all this stupid nonsense is just, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just making a worse world for everybody in the West. And like you said, really the winner in all this is China is just sitting back and thinking like, ooh, okay, here we go. Yeah.
Well, the biggest sort of winner is China, but the biggest sort of breath of fresh air or breathing space is Putin, obviously. The old quote that makes me think about NATO that a lot of Russians do feel about it is that sort of, it was created to keep the Americans in, the Germans down, and the Soviets out. Right. And sort of to that extent, NATO has been incredibly effective. But again, the whole point being that the United States, whether you agree with it or not as a European, the US has been the de facto, well, de jure, really, actually, I guess, sort of, arbitrator of what happens in Europe. The US says if you don't do what we want in the security realm, we'll pull back. And so the Europeans will often capitulate or come to the support of the US after 9/11. So. And that was the only time Article 5 has ever been activated for all the scaremongering from the MAGAs. It was because the US, Europeans activated it to show solidarity with the US in 2001. So it's bizarre. I don't know. I mean, and the last point I make actually is that the UK has a really important decision to make, which is, as I'm sure you saw, the Prime Minister gave a letter to Trump saying, you are given a unprecedented state visit, right?
I saw that, yeah.
I didn't want him to have one in the first place, but that's 6 years ago now. But to do it again, that's never happened before. It's unprecedented. It's the first time only we've ever done that. Why are we doing it? To try and placate Trump so he plays ball with us. And we're doing the typical thing, UK, of sucking up to the United States to the point where the head's so far up the arse. And it's sycophantic. But
but now for the UK, you guys have more pressure than ever. Because, oh shit! Actually, I just realized this when you said that. Any tariffs that Donald Trump applies to the European Union don't apply to the United Kingdom, right? So the UK now has a huge incentive to suck up to Donald Trump. Yeah, because yeah.
No, but it's more specific than that. What I'm getting at is that the US, the UK, has to either stop pretending like it is 100% with Ukraine in moralistic standing and, that what Trump did was terrible and keep the invitation, or actually stand by their comments that they are saying about Ukraine and rescind the invitation. Because if you don't do that, either way, you come off as a massive hypocrite and a complete, laughing stock. If Sir Keir Starmer really wants to be seen as someone who adheres to what he's talking about, he cannot continue to offer the guy who's sold out Ukraine as much as he did a state visit. It goes against every principle that he's talking about. It's such double standards.
I mean, I guess, but I mean, if it comes down to, I mean, what is the EU going to punish the United Kingdom for having that visit? Probably not. But Trump is the kind of guy who, if you pet his head, he's going to give you, the entire world as long as he thinks you think positively of him. So, I mean, I agree from a moralistic or from like a integrity, dignity, whatever standpoint, like it's disgusting. But I mean, I understand the incentive to do it because just Trump is so fragile.
It's literally values versus interests, right?
Sure.
And it goes back to what you were saying about the European defense thing. Like, whether you like Macron or not, I think he has a certain willingness to take risks. Like when he put his arm on Trump's
Oh
hand on
my
Trump's
God.
arm,
Yeah,
right?
and he corrected him. Thank God, because American media is so fucking cowardly. They won't correct him on anything. I was so happy to see Macron call him out for that and say, excuse me, we've given more money
We
than
need
you have.
more leaders like that, man.
Yeah.
And Starmer wasn't willing to do that. If you saw the way that Starmer stood in the portrait of the White House when he first arrived, he's like huddled over like little sort of geography teacher with those glasses. Trump's over there like giving him the big, look and stuff. And it's just like Keir just comes off so feeble. I like Macron more because at least he tries to hold stature. It's like when you see them shaking hands, right? Macron always grabs Trump's shoulder and keeps him at a distance because Trump likes to pull people towards him using his body weight
Yeah,
to make
Trudeau
them
did
fall
that
off.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I like that. So, I don't know, but I do think that a European military isn't necessarily off the cards. Europe has the capacity, we have the know-how, we have the capital. What we lack is coordination and an ability to get shit together. If we can't somehow better align what we need to do and be committed to that, even if it means taking risks or ostracizing certain countries like Hungary who want to pull us back, then, we might have to do that. But I just don't know if the European leaders have a conviction enough for that. So, anyway, you should move to Europe. I think you'd find yourself more at home here. Where are you actually at the moment?
I live in Miami.
Oh, wow. That's not a.
I stay
what I
inside all day,
expected.
so it doesn't, yeah. But, all right, well, any final closing thoughts for us? This might be the last time communications are even open between our countries, so.
Well, I mean, it's been fun. I'm actually almost at home, so I was going to switch over to my laptop so you can actually have a stable picture instead of my chin and my ear or your whatever viewers. Sorry about that.
Well, this is good. As Americans, we don't walk much, so it's nice to see you, out and about.
You got secondary anxiety or secondary exercise.
Yeah, secondary exercise. Yeah, there we go.
No, I guess my lasting thoughts. At the end of the day, I think that Europe has to put itself first in a way that we maybe haven't done long enough. We need to be more strategic and shameless in how we do that. At the end, I like America in principle. I am frustrated by certain things. I don't really think the Second Amendment is that necessary in the 21st century, for example. But, we're so far in now to the point that, as I said before, Americans are hating Europe and everything about it. And it's a socialist, communist cesspit of, leftist, whatever they call them, brain rot. That they, it's very sad to see. And I think the only way that the American MAGA, at least, are going to realize how bad this is turning out for them is when it's too late. And a fair amount of self-sabotage is going to have to occur before, I watched a video by Adam Conover, I think it was yesterday. And he's very left, and I don't necessarily agree with everything, but he made one very, I think, pertinent point, which is there's more you can do than simply just, going and speaking or ringing up your representative. Get out there, find an organization or create your own, get active, right, in terms of political activism, and go and badger the hell out of institutions and places of official, whatever, your local town hall or council, right? That's what you can still do, and it's it's about us not saying go and riot necessarily, but do what the people did on the streets in Vermont. That's exactly what needs to continue to do, and that's what I think Americans are really good at, and often the British don't do. We're not aggressive enough in standing up for the values that we appreciate, and those values are being eroded by the likes of Musk, Trump, and Vance. So, yeah, I hope that we're going to have to weather the storm for the next 4 years, and you and I are going to be very busy. So I hope we can reconvene and do this again. It was great fun. Thanks.
Hopefully, yeah. Thanks a lot for chatting. Yeah, email me whenever, and yeah, good luck. Thanks for the
See you guys.
exercise, and yeah, have a good one, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can find me on my channel if people want to follow me on what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, we'll do this again.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, guys. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Have a good one, man. Bye. God damn. I was going to use this term, but it doesn't mean anything. I was going to say insider trading, but that would require the SEC to investigate, so it wouldn't matter. But, like, imagine if you're somebody near Trump and Trump tells you, hey, I'm going to truth today that I love Bitcoin, by the way. Well, actually, wait, I could be retarded. Did Bitcoin even go up? Oh, yeah. Must be nice. Love you, but why do you invoke language of World War II, appeasement, etc., speaking about Russia when things are clearly much different? Let's be honest, Russia isn't conquering any European country. They're conquering Ukraine right now, which, last I checked, is a European country. So... do I watch the Streamin press conference? Not really, unless he says anything interesting. I don't care. Huh. "40-year-old bonger sketch? A bonger sketch?"
Prime Minister, you do believe in the nuclear deterrent.
Oh, yes.
Why?
I beg your pardon?
Why?
Because it deters.
Whom?
I beg your pardon?
Whom? Whom does it deter?
Well, the Russians from attacking us.
Why?
I beg your pardon?
Why?
Because they know that if they were to launch an attack, I'd press the button.
You would?
Well, wouldn't I?
Well, would you?
Last resort, yes. Yes, I certainly would. Well, I think I certainly would, yes.
And what is the last resort?
If the Russians were to invade Western Europe.
But you only have 12 hours to decide, so the last resort is also the first response. Is that what you are saying?
Am I?
You don't need to worry. Why should the Russians annex the whole of Europe? They can't even control Afghanistan. Now, if they try anything, it will be salami tactics.
Salami tactics.
Slice by slice. One small piece at a time. So will you press the button if they invade West Berlin?
It all depends.
On what? Well, scenario one. Riots in West Berlin. Buildings in flames. East German fire brigade crosses the border to help. Would you press the button? The East...
Fuck, oh no, he's not about to exactly describe Georgia and Ukraine, is he? Wait, what year is this video? Oh no.
Brigade crosses the border to help. Would you press the button? The East German police come with them. The button. Then some troops. More troops, just for riot control, they say. And then the East German troops are replaced by Russian troops. Button.
Oh, and that's why makes one mistake. It's not Russian troops. It's Russian peacekeepers, okay? It's always Russian peacekeepers, okay? Never troops.
Then the East German troops are replaced by Russian troops. Button. Then the Russian troops don't go. They are invited to stay to support civilian administration. The civilian administration closes roads and Tempelhof Airport. Now you press the button.
I need time to think about this.
You have 12 hours.
Have I? You're inventing this.
You are Prime Minister today. The phone might ring now from NATO headquarters.
Why are you a monkey? Why are you a coon?
Hello?
Why are you a coon, Richie Torres? Why are you fucking coon, Richie? Why are you sucking Zionist cock? Why? Tell us why you're sucking Zionist cock.
You have a filthy mouth.
I know. I'm a nasty bitch.
I know.
Huh. Do you know me?
I know you have a filthy mouth.
I'm a nasty bitch. You're a nasty bitch too. You support genocide.
Yeah.
Why do you support genocide?
Genocide is a figment of your imagination.
So tell us, what are they doing in Israel? Can you see if
Do you support October 7th?
Do you support Hamas?
Do you support Hamas? I mean,
Of
Hamas
course.
is a terrorist organization. Oh, you support
Why?
Hamas? Okay.
So why is it a terrorist organization? Israel's the biggest terrorist organization.
Be careful, her titty pops out. Does it?
Okay, so you support the murder and abduction of infants?
Oh, that's what you're
And
doing.
toddlers?
That's what Israelis
And
are
babies?
doing.
Okay.
That's what Israelis are fucking doing. So you're a terrorist. Suck Netanyahu's cock.
You're a despicable people. So
Like you. I'm learning from you. You're
you
black.
have a special place in hell for you.
Yeah, and you're coming with
Oh.
me.
Ooh.
You're coming with me, asshole. Where are you going? To kill more babies?
Ooh.
Get that genocidal money? Where are you going? Suck more Zionist cock. Do you remember me? I stormed your event in the synagogue in Upper East
Yep,
Side.
Temple Emmanuel. I
Hi,
remember you well.
yeah, hey! Do you follow my page, Crackhead Barney and Friends?
You're the only one who has the audacity to storm a temple.
Yes, I'm a slut. And look, I have really pretty titties. Do you like them?
You're not my type. So
Oh, okay. Are you
Ooh.
gay? Maybe we can fuck sometime.
Okay, just censored. All right, I'm not trying to be racist. Are there some black people with skin like this? Because she looks like she's in blackface. Am I crazy?
Like
you're
them?
not my type. So
Oh, okay. Are you gay?
Or is that something else going on, or what?
Maybe we can fuck sometime. I heard you got that Zionist money. Were you trying to avoid me?
Wait, I don't know if that boob's coming out. Hold on.
I knew it was you. I knew it was you. Are you gonna slap my phone or slap me? Where are you going? Talk to us, Richie. Zionist cuck? Say free Palestine, I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone if you just give me
I'm
one.
Israel High.
Free Palestine!
I'm Israel High.
Free Palestine! Come on, I'll leave you alone. Just say free Palestine. Just give me one free Palestine. Good thing I was walking this way. I'm gonna go get noodles. I'm hungry. Free Palestine? Free Palestine.
I will pay for your mental health treatment. It's
Okay,
definitely-
okay, good. Can you Venmo White Trash Coon or Crackhead Barney? When can I get the mental health treatments? When can I get them? Tell me when I got money, I'll take it. I need help.
You clearly need help, yes.
Tell us what
We
I need
agree
help.
on something.
Tell us what I need help in. Tell us what I need help in, you coon. You're a coon.
You have a filthy mouth.
You're a coon. Why do you suck Zionist cock? Is it the money? Show us the money, Richie. Show us.
Head southwest on Lafayette Street toward East 4th Street.
Where you
Jesus
going?
Christ.
None of your business.
Zionist cuck Richie Torres, everyone. Zionist cuck Richie Torres. Say free Palestine, I'll leave you alone. I think you're,
There's no universe in which I'm going to say that, so
you're an
you can go
asshole.
fuck yourself.
You can fuck me first. Fuck you, Richie Torres. Free Palestine. Fuck you, Richie Torres. Free Palestine. He supports the mass murder of babies. He's a coon. A Zionist coon. I want to go get noodles.
This is... Am I going crazy? This looks like blackface to me. Am I... I don't think it's just the blonde hair throwing me off. I just don't feel like... I don't know. Casey trying alter ego. Shut up.
couldn't be the president of shit. You hear me? I couldn't be the president of shit. You hear me? Boy, Zelensky, whatever his name is, the president of Ukraine, boy, he got the power of a Zen, boy. I'd have flipped all them goddamn tables over there now. Like, fuck that shit then. We're gonna fall on our goddamn sword. And then bring it on, goddamn it. Everybody die. Ain't no way, boy. Old boy J.D. Vance, how he being disrespectful. I'd have showed him some disrespect. Ain't no goddamn way. God damn. Pretty much they trying to make him goddamn bow down. Fuck that, boy. I'd have walked in there with my Ukrainian flag draped around my motherfucking neck. No goddamn way. Fuck that shit, boy. Damn. I ain't never seen a motherfucker go back and forth like that. They supposed to do that in private. God, they say you ain't say thank you or nothing. I was like, kiss my ass, Ukraine. Wait, no way. God damn.
The whale who took a 50 times long position to create a $200 million position is now up over $5 million. This coincidentally aligns with the timing of Trump confirming a United States crypto reserve. Based. Nathan Lee super chat an hour ago and said, when did Americans become such, I don't know what emoji that is, whining and crying about World War III and World War II? Hitler and fascism conquered all of mainland Europe. Russia can't even conquer one single country after 2 years. Doesn't even compare. Wow. Rip. The entire crowd started singing the Canadian anthem after this. Nice.
Yes. A letter from the king. Thank you very much. Am I supposed to read it right now?
Yeah, please do.
I will do.
I've got to tell him what your reaction is, so I need to know. I need to know.
He is a great gentleman. A great, great gentleman.
I'm sorry. This is not. Just point it out for 10 seconds. It's just funny. My God. Wait. There has to be something else to talk about. It's just every night. This is the Just Real Discord. It's just every single night is talking about me. every single night. Destiny, think about it. Dog, did you know Destiny, bro, Destiny, every single night. Load 35 more images. It's every single, I've got like 15 different Imager albums, just every single night. Oh my God. What? Holy shit. Oh, there's another one. This is the same night or another night? Destiny is a fat zoo file. Holy shit, it just never ends. How do you accumulate such dedicated anti-fans? I have no idea. I can't even imagine, like, you come home from work and it's like, oh, I gotta fucking type about Destiny. What's he doing? I need to talk about it. Wait, I had something else.
It's worth noting the Social Security Administration's internal watchdog found that less than 1% of benefit payments were improper. I do want to get to my final question, though, which is about the shutdown.
Don't believe it. Hey, don't believe it.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's...
Don't believe the Office of Inspector General, who is literally specially tasked with reviewing these payments. Instead, believe Doge, who has no qualifications whatsoever.
Worth noting the Social Security Administration's internal watchdog found that less than 1% of benefit payments were improper. I do want to get to my final question, though, which is about the shutdown.
Don't believe it. Hey, don't believe it.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's worth noting the Social Security...
Insane ending to Red Bull's Trackmania tournament. Is it really insane, though?
Looking down his first major title. And Carl makes a mistake. Grenadi takes off. 2/10 ahead, his advantage now as he comes through the checkpoint. 2.5. It's what he's enough. Carl, can he fight back? He's done it so many times.
There's no way he can win. He's lost. Look at how far behind he is.
It's 3/10.
How can he possibly win?
The German can taste it on the cusp of victory. Grenadi now has half a second. Low speed, Carl, is he going to be able to catch this back up? As you say, low speed for Grenadi means it's 4/10. But Carl does have more speed coming through this corner. And he begins to catch up just a little bit. Grenadi now looking for the drift towards the right. 4/10 still the advantage for Grenadi. A final couple of corners between him and Glory. A final couple of corners. One jump between him and victory. Grenadi sees it. The trophy is ours. Unstoppable, indomitable.
Why didn't we get the second place camera? I wanted to see that more. How did he do it?
Carl Jr. in the final moments that claims the trophy.
Wait, is his name actually Carl Jr. or are these their gamer tags? Destiny, they are watching you. They've already started talking about the screenshots you showed. Okay, are they really? They just showed them. Oh my God! There has to be something else for them to do, no? Holy shit! New lore.
As far as I know, and as you guys know, I when I first came onto this platform, I got a lot of help initially from Destiny, which is really embarrassing to admit now because of like what he has become. Some might say he was always this way. I certainly didn't think so, but then again, that has been a very consistent through line in my career. But initially, he's a libertarian. He does a lot of freak shit. He says the N-word all the time, super Islamophobic, yada, yada, yada. Somewhere along the line...
What? True!
Somewhere along the line, he becomes a, like, more progressive, like a Bernie bro, almost, right? And it's kind of weird to think about now, because it's so far removed from his, like, position now, but he assumed the diametrical opposite perspectives that he now advocates for with regular frequency. He actually has plenty of debates where he's like destroying a pro-Israel person. He's like pro-social democracy. He thinks he's a social democrat. He doesn't fully understand these concepts. His political evolution, I think, in some ways, I also contributed to, where I was like explaining to him some of this stuff.
Oh my God. Thank you, yes, Hassan, for guiding me.
But he was always somewhat nihilistic. But yeah, there are clips of Dion Palestine from 4 years ago. And he is saying a bunch of stuff that he would currently consider to be the most pro-terror position you can get.
The most pro-terror position you can get? Probably not, but okay.
And it's just the truth. Like he represented himself as someone who seemingly had learned from his past mistakes as like a libertarian edgelord, and someone who definitely was more interested in being woke and being progressive.
I'm not interested in being woke or progressive. I like to know the facts first and foremost, but you know, that's just me, I guess.
On a fait un mauvais landing, il a point 3 d'avance sur nous. Il nous fait une énorme map la Granadi là, il nous met la pression, il met point 5, il va falloir touriste là. Il va falloir touriste du côté de Carly le sait. Ne rate pas cette fin, ce sera la victoire de Granadi sur la course numéro 5. Granadi qui doit les airs. Granadi terminé.
Is there like a trick or something on this jump that the other guy missed or that people don't know about? Or
si jamais il ne rate pas cette fin, ce sera la victoire de Granadi sur la course numéro 5. Granadi qui doit les airs. Granadi qui perd. Granadi qui perd.
It was a bug? Was it?
Granadi s'est envolé. Granadi s'est envolé sur le dernier jump. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
There was a bug on the bounce. Turning around prevented the bad bounce from happening, but it was low chance. You can hit platforms with your wheels, and the direction you're going will change your trajectory. Apparently, the physics of the bounce at the end is fucky. This is fucking retarded. Stupid. Destiny's debate strategy. Show the... Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I cut it off. I fucked you. My bad. I wasn't looking at my thing.
But he'll actively try to get out of it by presenting himself as like the moral arbiter or Mr. Logic.
Anything to... Is this worth it? 12 minutes? Like anything to just not respond to the actual point, to the actual argument. Why does he even watch me? Like, you have to understand, if he's reacting to me, it's purely a drama react because he doesn't respond with substance to any point that I say. So it's literally just like character slander, and it's just like drama.
Michael from Pennsylvania, send me that one debate that you and him had. Not the full thing, but just like the short, sweet version of it.
Mike from PA? What?
Where he talks about, what was it, stock buybacks, I think? Was it about stock buybacks? And it's
why would you want to watch a debate from 4 or 5 years ago? How old is this?
Very obvious that he doesn't know what the he's talking about in this process, but he has a way of trying to weasel out of it. It's a sweet spot where anyone who knows anything can dismiss him immediately, and so the only people who stick around are the people who are dumber than dirt, or people who are not paying a lot of attention, like people who are not paying close attention. Here, this is one of the best examples of, Destiny is a living embodiment of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
He just doesn't know anything.
You came in committed to a viewpoint that AOC was economically illiterate.
AOC is economically illiterate because she said the money spent on stock buyback should be spent on labor.
My dad ran a small business, and whenever we had a good year in a small business, we tried to pay our secretaries more, or we tried to invest more in things for the business.
Which is a dumb statement to make that shows you have no idea how anything in economics works. What would drive you to... That's a mean
What would drive you to
make these statements?
First of all, it's not dumb as...
It is dumb as to expect a company to return profits to its workers.
As a CEO of a major company, I can take that money and I don't have to do that at all, right? I can actually have the company buy its own stock on the market, right? Yeah. That would effectively increase the stock price, right? And I've done nothing to make my product more valuable, my employees more happy. I haven't invested in the training or the workforce, but I've inflated the stock price, right? Absolutely. So my question is, how is this different from a pyramid scheme? That's a very...
No, I love AOC now, so I don't want to be mean to AOC right now. We're doing this in 5 seconds, okay? Not really 5 seconds, okay? Real quick, all right? if I invest money in a company, okay, companies have profits and they have expenses, right? I've never filled out a P&L sheet in my life. Does labor go on a P&L? I don't even know. But like you've got money that you make by selling shit, selling goods and services, investment. I don't know what the fuck, whatever you make money on. And then you've got losses. You have to buy product, labor, you know, whatever the fuck. Okay. If you are a capital investor, okay, so you invest money in the business. The reason why I'm investing money, okay, I'm an investor, okay? Ooh, when I invest money in this business, I do it because I want to get money out of my investment, right? My money has a time value attached to it. If I give you money now, then hopefully I get more money in the future. That's good. I want that, okay? So invest and return, all right? If a company is highly profitable, okay, why isn't it P&E profits and expense? I don't know. I thought they were always sort of referred to as P&L sheets. But I've never filled it out before anything. But anyway, if a company is very profitable, okay, then the company has, I'm not going to say two. There's probably multiple things you could do with that money. One is you could reinvest it into the company to become more profitable, or generate more revenue in the future, or you can return that money to investors, okay? So if we want to return the money to investors, there's two things that we can do. There's probably more than two things, but two things that I'm aware of that you can do. One is you could pay all of your investors a dividend. Okay, so I've got 100 shares out. We made $100 extra this month or this year or whatever, and we got nothing else to do with it. We're gonna pay a dividend. We're gonna give $1 to every single shareholder. Hooray! Now all of you guys have gained $1. Or I could take that $100 and I could go to the market and I could buy back $100 worth of stock, which will effectively do the same thing. Everybody's stock will go up by $1 because you've removed one share from the market or however much the shares are, and you've effectively increased the cost of everybody else's share by $1, right? It's a little bit more tax preferred to do it the buyback way because now I get to choose when I want to realize a gain and recognize and realize a taxable event. Whereas if you pay a dividend, I have to pay taxes on it as it comes in, but on a stock appreciation, if the value goes up, then I can realize that gain whenever I want. It's more tax advantage. So stock buybacks and dividend is more or less the same-ish thing. Somebody said, Destiny, she is right that buyback is inflating the stock price with no intrinsic value increase. No, that's not right, and it's not true, and it's not how you should ever view it ever. That's just not true. That's dumb. That's a dumb way of looking at it. The buyback is not necessarily what's inflating the price. It's the fact that the company has made a profit. That's what's inflating the price. Now, they could pay it out in the form of a buyback. They could pay it out in the form of a dividend, or they could reinvest the money and increase the overall value of the company, whatever they want, right? But it's not artificial. When you say words like you're artificially increasing the price, what's artificial about it? What do you mean? The company is spending money to reduce the amount of shares available in the market, which is increasing the value of the remaining shares. That's not artificial. They're only able to do it because they've turned a profit, right? But that's just, people used to freak out. We don't talk about it anymore, but people freak the fuck out about stock buybacks. But
I've inflated the stock price, right? Absolutely. So my question is, how is this different from a pyramid scheme? No, that's a very good question.
That's why I said AOC is an idiot. Not to mention,
which was illegal, by the way. Stock.
I'm so mean.
Stock buybacks was considered understandably stock manipulation until Ronald Reagan, just so you understand.
This is, I would have to go back and look at why they were ever made to be illegal in whatever place. But again, there's not much of a difference between this and a dividend. I don't know if there were other schemes that people were using. Maybe you can use part of a buyback in an illegitimate manner or whatever. But again, it's more or less the same as just returning money in the form of a dividend, except they're doing it in the form of a buyback.
Understand, but of course, Destiny probably doesn't know that either, or maybe didn't know that at the time. But he certainly doesn't know what the stock buyback is, or how it works, or why it was considered to be illegal in stock manipulation. And you will see in this conversation.
Oh, do you know why it was considered to be illegal or stock manipulation? Are you going to tell us?
Wait, I don't even know what this has to do with stock buybacks at this point.
They are incentivized for short-term stock gains over long-term investment. It's better to...
Oh God, this hurts.
Dividends are paid because it's usually a taxable event. Not always, but usually. You could structure your sales during that spike in the price.
You could also get ultra by the SEC because this is called insider trading, Mike.
Oh, you could structure it. You just, I'm going to sell.
If you're trying to do buybacks based on information that's like not publicly available, that would be considered insider trading. But there's a whole other list of rules and regulations, everything around what's considered insider trading or not. And we're in the Trump administration, so maybe there's maybe there's not. Maybe we don't do insider trading anymore. There are so many levels of argument right now because everything about it, what he's saying, is just so stupid. Also, like the idea that You could either do stock buybacks or reinvest in your company. There's not always good investments to make in your company. Insofar as there is a better investment to make than just doing a stock buyback, then you would do the investment of the company. But that's what you would expect any business to do. That's what the shareholders would want the business to do. The idea that you're doing buybacks instead of doing profitable investments is retarded. Shareholders wouldn't want you to do that. Big wig CEOs wouldn't want you to do that. Huge stock owners wouldn't want you. Like, nobody would want you to do that. They say, oh no, reinvest in the company. That'd be better.
Yes, you can.
Oh my God, it's just the most.
Oh my God. Do you know how it works?
I don't. When these people sell their capital, eventually they will pay taxes on it. But again, if you want to talk
Why
about
would they sell? Why would they sell? You borrow against the value of your shares.
Yeah, it is both stock buybacks and buy, borrow, die. He doesn't know. These are super basic, super basic concepts, right? I've talked about them extensively.
Super basic concepts. I didn't know about the whole borrowing against your investments to never realize gains or whatever. I didn't know about that whole scheme at the time. But that has nothing to do with stock buybacks versus paying dividends versus anything else. Like,
he doesn't know. These are super basic concepts, right?
They're getting this take from Sam Cedar. He says buybacks are manipulative. He probably does.
Right? I've talked about them extensively a million times over. He doesn't know. But it's okay. Normally, if you don't know something, what you're supposed to do is be like, I don't really know this. Can you explain it to me? What he does is dominate. He wants to dominate the conversation. So while he's talking to someone that knows better than he...
Why would a company do stock buybacks actually? Just to decrease their net profits and pay less in taxes? It's a way of giving money back to your investors. Let's say that you made a fuck ton of money last year, but you don't really have any good projects to invest it in. Well, instead of just sitting on a bunch of cash, you want people to invest in your company, so you pay it back to your shareholders. So you could either pay a dividend to everybody that owns some of your stock, or you could go to the market and you could buy up some of your stock, and by buying some of the stock and removing the stock from the market, it increases the value of the rest of the stock, right? Because I believe that when a company buys shares, I think that the shares are retired or whatever. So if there's 100 shares on the market and I buy 50 of them and then I retire those shares, the 50 remaining double in value, basically. You're returning money to the people that still have the shares.
He does, okay, that knows more about this. And by the way, ironically enough, he's also undermining the head of the SEC's the head of the SEC agreeing with AOC in that congressional hearing, okay? But the reason why I think this is important to understand, like, in terms of his style and how he presents himself to an audience, and like why his audience in a cultish way think he's true.
Wait, did I miss the part where Hassan showed Destiny doesn't know what he's talking about in terms of his own knowledge on the issue? No, he's just like linking like headlines. One had to do with buy, borrow, die, which has nothing to do with stock buybacks and nothing to do with dividends. So I don't know why he linked this at all. But
really brilliant is because when he doesn't know something, he just gets angry in a very confident manner. And before you say, oh, you do that too? Dog, I literally...
Is there an issue with mass stock buybacks and that they overcommit the company, sometimes taking out loans to do the buyback? I remember people saying many companies were over-leveraged on debt from it for COVID. Could you? I mean, could you do that? If you thought your company was insanely undervalued, could you borrow money if interest rates were favorable enough to do a stock buyback? Maybe you could. I don't know, actually. That sounds like a very... I feel like it could be risky. I don't know if you're allowed to do that. I don't know if companies do that. I don't see a reason why that would be impossible. That sounds like a very spooky gamble, though. But I guess you could do that. But I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Literally will immediately say, oh, I didn't know that. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. There are probably 700,000 examples of this, okay? I'm wrong all the time. Like, the thing I hate about that, as a matter of fact, is when I say something and I'm wrong and I get corrected and I say, oh, I'm wrong, my bad, people go, oh, you're backtracking. No, that's not called backtracking. It's called being a normal functioning adult with a brain. Yes.
The strongest argument against stock buyback was CEO compensation being tied to stock price. Spooky conflict of interest there. No, not only is that not a conflict of interest, it's the exact opposite. It's the alignment of interest. The reason why CEOs are compensated in stock instead of in raw compensation like dollars or whatever is because you want the CEO to feel invested in the company. You want the success of the CEO their personal financial success to be tied to the increase in the valuation of the company's stock, which aligns the CEO interest with the shareholder interest. That's the whole point of that compensation.
Ironically enough, for a lot of idiots, though, people think taking accountability is actually a sign of weakness, which is why when you never take accountability and you never show weakness to the apes and you just project this air of confidence, you can just kind of dominate the conversation.
I don't know if you watched it, but A-Track a while back made a video responding to you about investing in gold. Yeah, he did, but nothing that he said. I mean, like, pull out a chart. I mean, I look at charts when A-Track was talking. There's just no long-term horizon where investing in gold is smart versus investing in USD. It just doesn't make any sense. A-Track can have the position he has, but it feels just, I don't want to say it's emotional like I'm discrediting him. A-Track is actually... I actually super appreciate A-Track's videos because even when he's wrong, he's like demonstrating a clear thought process from going from A, B, C, D, E, or I say even wrong, even when we disagree. At least I can see how he's thinking about things. And he's explaining it through and he's not being like dogmatic or anything about it. I just disagree with his assertion that there's any long, like 10-year even horizon where gold is a better investment over literally anything else. I don't know.
conversation, and obviously you have at the end of the process you've actually misinformed your audience, but it doesn't matter. If your only care and consideration here is to come across as the victor of this conversation, then yeah, confidence and rhetoric will play that role. This isn't to say that Destiny is completely unknowledgeable on everything, okay? There are absolutely issues that he has read a lot about, okay? Why he reads a lot about issues also matters, in my opinion. I think he reads on issues specifically to dominate in debate and not because like he wants to have a fully fleshed out worldview.
Why it's such a weird, God, these ad homs are so fucking retarded, right? Like, Destiny becomes more educated and knowledgeable on things so that he can win debates, which are about being more educated and knowledgeable on the topic so you can have the correct opinion. Like, what even is the claim here? Like, it's so stupid. It's so cringe.
But that's irrelevant in this process. The reason why I'm showing you this, okay, the reason why I'm showing you this is because this is very clearly an example where he doesn't know what the he's talking about, and his interlocutor.
Where can you demonstrate where I don't know what I'm talking about? Can you demonstrate where I'm incorrect? Like he says, stock buybacks used to be illegal. Okay, well, they're not anymore. What changed? Because I could just say stock buybacks are legal, right? You know what else used to be illegal? Women voting and black people being human. Like, what's the point we're trying to make here, little bro? Like,
does know what he's talking about. Let's see how he reacts.
You don't have to liquidate. You can borrow against the value. Okay, you can pay any taxes on borrowing. So right there, you're just wrong. Like if I own a...
So I don't know. I didn't know anything about the borrowing against your investment scheme. But again, this has nothing to do with buybacks or buybacks versus dividends.
Billion, you think? Wait a minute. Why would I?
Also, I really like how Hassan here is playing a TikTok channel called Destiny vs. Destiny, which is literally dedicated to like taking 5-second clips of me from multiple conversations, sometimes years apart, to try to dunk on me and own me, and then complains about other people taking short clips of him, which is hilarious. But
it's the value. Okay, you can pay any taxes on borrowing. So right there, you're just wrong. Like if I own $1 billion, you think? Wait a minute. Why would I borrow against the value of my investment? Can you even do this? Because you don't have to pay any taxes on it. That's why.
This lack of knowledge, for the record, is on something.
I didn't understand the scheme at all, but Mike doesn't understand the scheme either. Or if he does understand it, he's not explaining it very well. The reason why you would borrow against the value of an investment, it's not even really borrowing against the value of the investment.
Can you even do this?
It's more, what you're really borrowing against is you're borrowing against the capital appreciation of that investment that you haven't realized any taxable events on yet. That's what you're really doing. Because it wouldn't make sense. Why would you invest in $1 million something and borrow against that $1 million? I mean, you could, but there's no advantage there. But what you're really borrowing against is the increased value of that investment that you haven't actually sold yet. So there hasn't been a taxable event yet. That's what you're doing. But
any taxes on it. That's why.
This lack of knowledge, for the record, is on something so trivial. Borrow against your assets. Like, at this stage, he didn't even know, like, the concept of leverage.
Like, I actually don't even know if Hassan knows. I don't know if Hassan could explain this. Borrow against your assets. I mean, yeah, kind of. But you're really borrowing against the untaxed gains of those assets, which you're really borrowing against. But
borrow against your assets. Like, at this stage, he didn't even know, like, the concept of leverage, it seems. I mean, he knows now. I'm sure he knows now. But think about how he's operating.
If you borrow against the value of your shares, you never have to pay taxes.
Somebody in chat has to tell me, I'm not going to take his word for it. Somebody in chat, do you borrow against the value?
Like, borrow against the value of your shares. I did, like I said, I understand this now. But, like, borrow against the value, he's not, I actually don't even know if Mike understood what he was saying here. He's probably just repeating what he's heard from Sam Cedar or from AOC. You're not really, it's not just that you're borrowing against the value of your shares, you're borrowing against the capital appreciation of your shares that haven't been taxed yet, is what you're talking about. But
the ultra-wealthy use loan money to fund their lifestyle. Average people need income to pay for basics like housing and food. But the ultra-wealthy don't. They can just live on borrowed cash.
It's like one of the most fundamental parts of our economy.
Okay. And he doesn't believe him. I don't know what to say about it. Like, he literally does not understand. Like, it's not even buy, borrow, diet.
Also, he doesn't, why are we watching a debate from 5 years ago? Wait, 6 years ago? This was the first apartment that I had in California. I was living in Glendale. How many, was this 6 years ago? Does anybody have a link to this debate? Jesus Christ.
I don't know what to say about it. Like, he literally does not understand. Like, it's not even buy, borrow, die at this point. He's saying, like, do you buy, you can get loans by leveraging your assets? That is, like, at that point, I guess he had never gotten.
Oh! Hassan just said. Hassan just said, I don't understand leverage. Then he said you can get loans by leveraging your assets. That's not what leverage means, but okay. It's okay.
No. Single loan or ever entertain the thought. I don't understand.
Your shares, you never have to pay taxes.
Somebody in chat has to tell me, I'm not going to take his word for it. Somebody in chat, do you borrow against the value of
the ultra-wealthy use a loan?
Normally, people with Dunning-Kruger are competent, but they're not, like, capable of presenting themselves as intelligent. Destiny is competent and confident and capable of presenting himself as a...
Hassan has been shower debating your 6-year-old self since y'all's breakup. What was the point here when Destiny literally said, can you even do that? Does anyone chat no? When Hassan is trying to prove how he... Oh, yeah, that's true, too. Because I wasn't eligible at this point, and I was asking my chat, I was like, can you do this? Is this possible? Yeah, that's true. It's not even a good example of whatever he's trying to fucking illustrate.
These are tax advantage investment accounts.
Shut up! Okay, this debate was 5 years ago. August 19th, 2019. Jesus Christ. 5.5 years ago? Good one.
Relatively intelligent person. That's it. It's a deadly combination. Sometimes he's correct. And in many instances, when he's like debating right-wingers, he's usually on the right side of that argument. So a lot of people think, oh, this guy's awesome. He's a...
Only when he's debating. Oh, the number one red flag you should have if you watch other content creators or watch me is anytime somebody says, oh, Destiny is super based when he's critiquing left-wingers or right-wingers. But when he critiques right-wingers or left-wingers, he's always wrong. That should always be your number one indicator that they're a fucking... that they're a partisan hag.
Titan, he's a giant. But when he actually reaches a subject matter that he's not like well read on at all, there are so many basic facts that he is oblivious to. But notice how he doesn't actually go, I didn't know that. Let me think. Let me reconsider.
I literally say that in the 5-second clips that you're cutting, though.
Somebody in chat, I'm not going to take his word for it. Somebody in chat, do you borrow against the value of...
I'm literally asking the question. What the fuck?
He is too. But notice how he doesn't actually go, I didn't know that. Let me think. Let me reconsider. He just immediately doubles down and goes, oh, you're so stupid. That is a deliberate way to get out of that conundrum. He does it. He's doing it on purpose because he knows he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a little worried that Mike actually does know what he's talking about. So he's just going to go, oh, you're stupid, so that the audience doesn't trust him, even though Mike is 100% correct.
It's like one of the most fundamental parts of our economy.
Okay.
Whoa! He doesn't know anything. I can't believe you don't know that rich people take loans against their... I don't think any rich person does this. What? What? You can't just do that willy-nilly. Yes, you can. No, of course you can. No, you can't. These are tax advantage investment accounts. You cannot just take loans against them. That's the whole point of these tax advantage accounts.
Did we start talking about 401ks or IRAs? You can't take a loan against your... If I'm talking about tax advantage accounts, I don't know what part of the debate this is cut from, but I don't believe you can take a loan out against your 401k without penalty. So for instance, if you take a loan out against your 401k, I don't believe your 401k appreciates in value, but I think we were talking about 401ks here, I think, because I'm saying tax advantaged account.
Well, Destiny, you're arguing against a position I don't have. If you are rich, if you're Jeff Bezos, do you think he liquidates his shares to buy? Yes, he needs liquid cash.
Every now and then.
No, you don't need to do that. I understand that's not it.
Jeff Bezos has done that to buy the most expensive mansion in Los Angeles, for example. But outside of that, he never does that because Buy, Borrow, Die has numerous loopholes created specifically so that Jeff Bezos never actually has to... Jeff Bezos never has to pay taxes ever again if he doesn't want to. And also simultaneously, his entire net worth carries over to whoever he delivers it to when he dies.
Cash, because that's how we purchase things in the United States. You use currency to do it. Now I'm going to take out a secured loan against my investments? Yeah, why wouldn't you? Because I want to pay interest with cash that I already have. Why the f*** I pay interest when I have my own investment? Why would I take out a loan from the bank and use my own investments to...
Look at that. Do you ever say I'm not knowledgeable on a topic?
What was Mike's response to that? There is a good response to that. I don't even know if Mike hit the response, though.
I need to reconsider. Yes. Like today, people are like, hey, what do you think about the Kurdish-Turkish negotiations? Literally today, I said, I don't know enough. I don't know what Erdogan's ambitions are here. It's ironic because people still get mad at me when they're like, why aren't you covering it? You must be hiding the truth. It's like, no, dude, I just don't know enough, okay? I am, at the end of the day, a goddamn human being. I'm not capable of knowing what's going on in Rwanda, for example. I can like kind of figure out what the hell's going on, but when people ask me stuff, like, I have areas of weakness, okay? And I always say, I don't know. I need to do more reading on it. And then people get mad. What would you say are your stronger areas? Shit involving the Middle East and American foreign policy, American imperialism. Nice framing. I mean, this isn't...
What are your strong areas? American imperialism. Okay, bro.
Nice framing. This is just like objectively what's going on, where this person clearly doesn't know what he's talking about and is like very actively trying to get out of it by yelling and making a scene, casting a dispersion spell.
Why the f*** I pay interest when I have my own investment? Why would I take out a loan from the bank and use my own investment to secure that loan and then pay interest to the bank when I can just liquidate my own shares, Mike? What is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life? Because you don't have to pay taxes when you take a loan, but if you liquidated stuff that you have a capital gain in, you'll have to pay taxes. That's why. He just doesn't know anything. I don't know why the f***
that's true.
It's okay.
He was correct on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is probably one of the best examples of, at least that I can recall, where he just doesn't know what he's talking about, but he'll actively try to get out of it by presenting himself as like the moral arbiter or Mr.
What is this? What part of this has to do with being a moral arbiter? What?
Logic. Now, also, when he ever feels wronged in that regard, he will just never let you forget it. He will forever be your enemy. Very.
He says as he brings up a debate from 6 years ago. What the fuck?
Narcissistic. Obviously, even if you have like a normal relationship, even a positive relationship, like he is motivated by.
Oh, this is projection. Hassan is talking about how he abuses his position to abuse and manipulate all the people near him, to force them to take down criticism of him, to bully LSF mods, to take down posts of him, to brigade other comment sections, to tell his friends not to joke about him. Like, this is what this is a projection from his part. He's explaining his actions here in the last minute.
Also, when he ever feels wronged in that regard, he will just never let you forget it. He will forever be your enemy. Very narcissistic. Obviously, even if you have like a normal relationship, even a positive relationship, like he is motivated by just endless amounts of spite. And he will, if he can't win the argument immediately on facts, he will just consistently, serially harass you. He will sick his community on yourself, your family members, your orbiters,
your family members. What the fuck? What? How many times has Hassan said like, oh, cover me so you can pay your child support, or talked about Ethan like, hey, go take care of your kids or whatever? Like, Jesus.
Your friends, your peers, you know, whatever they want to call it, and they will just create this insanely sophisticated targeted harassment campaign.
Your friends, your peers, so Hassan targeting people like Lonerbox, and then watching Bad Empanada videos, who's also a known doxer and kitty fucker probably.
But that is how I think he's been able to also attract a very weird audience and has been able to maintain a semblance of prominence here, okay?
Semblance of prominence, thank you. Hassan obsessively brings up friends and family of literally anybody in the vicinity of the person he's arguing with.
Very separated platform could get together and look at like what was happening on the website. And now it sucks because Destiny fucked it, okay? That's what he did. He actively brigaded it, openly brigaded it.
Hassan literally actively and openly brigades on stream. He goes through comments and tells people to upvote, downvote. Does anybody have, can somebody link me a clip of Hassan doing exactly this on LSF? Not even a YouTube comment section, on LSF. Link me the clip, please. How am I the cause of all the injustice in the world that this guy has to suffer? Holy shit. I went to KFC and I wanted to get the double bucket combo, and I went to pay cash, and guess what? Once again, they had no fucking quarters, and I just know that there are DGGers going here, ordering things for $1.25, giving them $5 bills, cleaning out all the fucking quarters from the drawer, and they don't have nickels here or dimes, so I've got to walk out with like 80 pennies in my fucking pocket, and I know that it's DGG because they're always pre-sniping my fucking KFC order. It's like, gee, bro, are you okay?
It changed the fucking dynamic of it. Oh shit, I did get a fucking top post. Donald Trump is crashing out.
And he literally, as he's crying about it, he has a top post on LSF. Holy shit, these guys are the biggest cry bullies in the fucking world. I'm so confused how he can lie like this. Has he convinced himself that this is all true? It's the same. It's a deliberate strategy on his part. Vosh does this against me, or used to. Oh, he hasn't spoken about me in a long time. Trump does this. Like all the conservative commentators, Tim Pool, everybody does this. As long as you avoid confrontation, you can create whatever bullshit view of you want of your opponent, because your fans never actually engage with that opponent, and you don't engage with that opponent. So as long as you can create whatever view you want, and you don't have to directly, you know, watch their content or material. That's why he only watches like pre-clipped channels that he's probably pre-screened of me that are dedicated to making me look bad, right? The Destiny versus Destiny. TikTok is an anti-fan TikTok. These are the only exposures that you get of me. He can create whatever character in his mind and then present that to his audience that he wants of me.
Can you explain Reddit to us old heads? No. This is it. Cuties or rewatch videos do that for me now? Yeah. XQC is one of the only streamers that looks at it every day. Yeah, that makes sense. Also one of the only streamers that fucking actively is a Destiny dick rider still.
Who just wanted to stay as far away from Destiny.
Is he while he's watching a hate video of me too? Holy shit! What is this guy doing to stream all day? Jesus Christ! I'm a fucking storm cloud to this dude. Oh my god. Wait, what was that last video?
Okay.
Bro. You're gonna be okay, little bro. Ooh. Maybe he's crashing out because he thought your career would be over. My career is always over. It's always ending. And then being reborn through a cycle of death and rebirth.
Appreciate ya. His name is not Nick. No, I'd rather name the baby Ching Chong or something. You know, I do not mind. I think that's okay.
Bro!
Wait, she's allowed to do that, isn't she? Did Hassan blame the backlash for calling for violence against Rick Scott on Destiny yet? He shouldn't have. I didn't even watch that clip on stream because you know what? Fuck Republicans. I don't give a fuck.
I'm just gonna show this. I don't. What is that? What is in that Sean? Is that a tampon? That's a tampon. That is a tampon. Nay. 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 No. Nay. Get one of those. Should I drink? What?
What's the point? Trump is always 5-10 steps ahead when he's playing chess, which he's always playing at all points in time. Good for you.
For 3/4 of a century, the transatlantic NATO.
Another trans video? I'm good. Not safe for work content. Oh. I think my subreddit mod is trying a weekly news thing. Weekly news breakdown, the first edition of the Pragmatic Papers. January 6th video still isn't out. This weekly news post aims to achieve the following: highlight the most pressing news, provide straightforward summaries for key articles, and show how you can get involved. Wow. There you go. Read it. I feel like a lot of this is going to be stuff we've already covered on stream over the week, no? Absolutely fucking epic. Hey, so that you guys know where to post propaganda to. The 10 countries in Europe where most people trust what the media is telling them. That's why Norway is fucked. Norway, most famously, one of the most fucked countries right now. Send friends links to X posts so they know what's really going on. Wow. Let me get a Red Bull 1 sec. Ugh.
Alliance has been a central feature. For 3/4 of a century, the transatlantic NATO alliance has been a central feature of the international security environment. It stood down the Soviets on the plains of Europe, would intervene in places like the Balkans, and in the aftermath of September 11, 2001, the alliance's mutual defence clause was activated by the United States, setting the stage for troops from across the alliance to deploy to Afghanistan. But despite its immense military power, there have often been tensions running through the alliance, from debates over command and control to long-standing American objections about many allies not hitting their spending targets. But it's over the last couple of weeks where we've seen those tensions and dynamics shift dramatically and publicly, with apparent major US policy swings on the war in Ukraine, European security, and the relationship with Russia, all culminating in a fiery Oval Office event that illustrated these fissures in a way we haven't seen for decades. In the coming weeks, then, we have 3 major questions to ask. 1, what this all might mean for the US and its strategic position.
Fuck. Wait. Is there a banger tweet in here somewhere? I want Ukrainians and Russia to stop dying in a pointless war. I got one. Ooh. Anybody ever notice that I feel like the most feminist material I've ever seen in my life, like all the crazy feminists, I've seen all of it on like conservative platforms. I don't think I've ever seen this shit ever. I only see it because conservatives obsessively talk about it. Okay, sorry. Europe.
Position. Secondly, what this might mean for Russia and Ukraine. And thirdly, today's question, what about the rest of NATO? Asking what defensive capabilities they might have if the US splits from the rest of the alliance, and what it might take to become more security independent if that decades-old US security umbrella suddenly disappears. To do that, I'll start with a brief bit of history about the alliance and why the French might be treating this as a bit of an I told you so moment, scan through some of the recent indicators of a split between the United States and its NATO allies, and then the core substance of today's question. How much capacity do the Europeans and other allies have to defend themselves without the United States? What are their existing forces, their pain points, and what kind of investments might be required? Before closing out with some economic analysis of allied defense spending and their capacity to make this happen, and some...
Wait, that star thing, isn't that the NATO symbol? Fuck Hegseth. Don't put him near that. He doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve it.
Some of the most important unknowns, like the future of Ukraine and its military in Europe's security architecture. But before we jump into it, quick word from a sponsor. Previously, I introduced you to Odoo, an all-in-one family of business software with 45 plus business applications covering a range of purposes. For example, if you want to set up a website quickly, easily, and efficiently, their website builder has you covered. And you've previously seen me working on a Peru website using Odoo. But what if you wanted your website to be a bit more of a web store and integrate some e-commerce functions? Well, you've started to see me show that off too. With Odoo, it's simple enough. First, we generate our website, complete with easy to customize theme and layout. Next comes adding products, entering key info like the name and price, and then with a click or two, our product is created. It's then simple enough to customize the page by adding images or adjusting the layout using drag and drop content blocks. With some products in place, you could then set up an e-commerce function to help you get them sold. For example, you can enter your tax and banking details, establish invoice design, set up your delivery options and your payment providers. And just like that, you might be a long way towards your first sales. Odoo allows you to start launching your e-commerce store for free with its lifetime free first app offer.
Awesome.
That includes hosting and support, as well as a
sick,
personalized
guys.
domain name, free for the first year. So if you're interested, please do check out today's sponsor, Odoo. You'll find a link in the description. And I hope you're looking forward to seeing the website when it's ready to launch later this year.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so while today we really do need to focus on recent events, I want to include just a bit of history on Atlanticism and the US-Europe security relationship in order to help us understand just how enormous a change we might be witnessing.
Okay.
With the major emphasis on the word might there, given how quickly all of this is developing and how many things are still unknown.
Okay.
While today we think of the USA as the world's predominant military superpower, it's fair to say that in the centuries leading up to the First World War, it was almost certainly Europe that had by far the more powerful armies and navies. Going into 1914, for example, the US Army would have been dramatically outnumbered not just by armies like the French, the Germans, or the Russians, but also by the likes of Italy and Austria-Hungary. Meanwhile, the US Navy was growing, but significantly outmatched in terms of both numbers and displacement by the British Royal Navy. The way World War I played out, however, would dramatically adjust the scales. For some European states, World War I meant complete collapse. And even for the nominally victorious states, like Britain and France,
Well, I feel like that's an exaggeration. What World War I states collapsed after World War I? What?
it meant massive debts, the exhaustion of national resources, and a demographic hollowing out that would have society-wide implications. America, meanwhile, would build up its economic and military capacity, first by selling arms, equipment, and necessary supplies to the Entente states, while also building...
Austria-Hungary? Yeah, they didn't collapse. Those are two countries that exist today, dipshit.
up its own forces, both before and after their entry in 1917. And if World War I shifted that economic and military balance, World War II transformed it. This time, a lot of Europe's civilian and industrial infrastructure that had mostly survived the First War was wrecked from end to end.
Ottomans? You can get Ottomans in literally every fucking store in the world. They've taken over. They're wider than they ever have been.
The British and French colonial empires that had mostly held together in the 20s and 30s began the process of breaking up, sometimes peacefully.
Fuck, I shouldn't have said that joke in the beginning. That's going to end up on the Destiny vs. Destiny channel. I'm fucked! I'm fucked!
Sometimes not. To oversimplify, the Europe of the late 1940s and early 50s was broke, America was not, and in security, economic and financial terms, Washington held just about all the cards. They had an enormous fleet, roaring economy, and they had the atomic bomb. And with the Iron Curtain falling and the Red Army on the borders, the US would quickly move into the position of being the primary security guarantor of a new organization called NATO. From an American perspective, that was probably necessary to stop Moscow dominating Europe and then turning its resources against America's interests. While from the perspective of the exhausted European states, it was just necessary. Full stop. As the Cold War evolved, we did see the military balance in NATO steadily shift. The US was always the alliance's most important military contributor, not least because they had the keys to the vast majority of the alliance's nukes, but many of the European armies also regenerated from their immediate post-war lows. By the 1970s, for example, the West German military, the Bundeswehr, was nearly 500,000 strong, and it was increasingly assumed that these European armies would do a lot more of the fighting and dying at the front if the Cold War ever went hot, while the Americans focused more on their comparative strengths, like slinging nukes and bombing people. A lot of supporters of the NATO arrangements then and now contend that America's support gave Europe the breathing room to regenerate its economy and military capacity. But there are always some sceptical voices, not least of which from Paris. President de Gaulle's relationship with NATO and Washington was especially complicated, and so probably not fully in scope for today's discussion. But among the core concerns were often worries about being overly reliant on American protection.
Cringe.
To oversimplify, if the shit ever did hit the fan, would America actually go nuclear, even if its own cities weren't at risk? Would they risk Boston to save the likes of Boulogne, Bergen, or Bristol? In what was not a cheap exercise for the post-war French economy, France would develop its own independent nuclear capabilities in the 1960s, and then field not just strategic nuclear weapons, but also tactical.
Can I? Okay. It's early, so I'm trying to be very careful with my rhetoric here, because you don't ever want to let Europeans think you're saying anything good about them. but I feel like one of the greatest crimes the United States has ever committed, and a lot of it had to do with 9/11 and the subsequent invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, is the shitting on the history of France. And the idea that like France is some weak loser fuck country that has never done anything or accomplished anything or are scared of like military conflict or whatever. Oh, I guess actually World War II played into it a little bit as well. But France has a glorious military history, and they helped us during the Revolutionary War. And they're a big dude.
Practical ones as well. Those vehicles on the right there, for example, are Pluton nuclear missile carriers, giving the French military access to a range of independent nuclear escalation options, besides just counter-value city busting. Some of those options would presumably have included nuking Soviet troops on German soil, which I imagine some French figures at the time might have considered a bit of a two birds, one stone scenario. Despite French skepticism, though, it's hard to argue that NATO during the Cold War era didn't accomplish its core mission. The implied goal was to deter a Soviet invasion of Allied Europe, and that invasion obviously never happened. Therefore, some of the tension behind the events we're now seeing play out probably originate more in the post-Cold War era, where every Allied power, including the United States, began to dramatically lower its military expenditure due to the absence of a Soviet-style threat anymore. But in a lot of European capitals, the peace dividend raiser gang would cut a lot more deeply than in Washington. As you can imagine, that debate over defence spending often drew very different perspectives, depending on which side of the Atlantic you were on. A European perspective might argue that, of course, American defence spending was higher, given the nation's global interests, while the threat to Europe was dramatically reduced by the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then many of the former Warsaw Pact states actively switching sides, with forces like the Poles, Czechs and East Germans going from potential adversaries to allies. In Germany's case, some of its disarmament was even mandated by treaty, with the 1990 final settlement with respect to Germany, signed by among others the Soviet Union and United States, mandating steep reductions in force for the newly reunified German state. Plus, European troops would ultimately give their lives more often in American-led conflicts than vice versa. Meanwhile, from an American perspective, many in Europe were engaged in security free-riding. President Bush had pushed for the Allies to spend more on defence as far back as 2007. In 2014, the alliance had agreed a 2% of GDP spending target. But despite setting the target,
I'm not trying to imply anything, but I have a genuine question. Would a U.S.-Russia alliance, if it led to Russia no longer invading its neighbors due to reduced Western opposition, be overall beneficial to the U.S., even if it strained relationships with Europe? Or is maintaining strong ties with Europe far more valuable than any potential benefit from an alliance with Russia? No, Europe is a very valuable ally in terms of trade, economy, and ideology. So one thing that I've learned from the little bit I now know of, like, the very little bit I know of, I guess, pre-World War I and pre-World War II Germany, of Israel-Palestine, and any other issue, I guess, recently I've actually read more into and dug into, is one thing that I've massively discounted in my life is how important ideology is and the thoughts and minds of people in a given country when it comes to conflict. It's not all about like economics or militarily advantageous or blah, blah, blah. Like things like ideology definitely matter. Another trend that I'm starting to see pop up, and I don't know if this will apply to every conflict that comes up or whatever, is there's something to be said for, not to be derogatory towards anybody, but there's something to be said for like a defeated empire. I don't know how, maybe if I get into post-World War II stuff, I don't know how, but somehow Japan lost in World War II and Germany lost in World War II, and they lost in a way where they were like, okay, this Reich shit is done. The Imperial Japanese, designs on Asia are done. Like, we are now changing completely, and we are moving forward into a new world where we see ourselves as belonging to this new world. So, for instance, after World War I, that didn't happen with Germany. Germany still felt itself as wanting to fulfill, I guess, what they saw as their ideas, I guess, of whatever Bismarck wanted, what they saw as, I guess, what would become the Third Reich. Germany didn't feel properly defeated after World War I in such a way that they were now being integrated into a new world. Palestine has never felt that way, obviously, and the Palestinians have never felt that way. And personally, I could be wrong, but personally, I don't think Russia feels that way. I think Russia still feels like a dispossessed empire. So all this to say, I don't know if Russia and the United States could ever share a platform, because the United States is not a defeated empire. Russia is, but Russia doesn't feel like it. I don't think Russians feel like it. I think Russians feel like they're just kind of like, they're like temporarily dispossessed superpowers, basically. That's what it That's what it feels like. But who knows? I don't know. I could be wrong on that. Or I could just fuck your mom.
Washington would often complain that many allies were slow to try and reach it, and essentially relying on the US military and US defense spending to make up the security deficit. And as far as the raw numbers go, Washington had a point. According to NATO expenditure data in 2020, only 9 members besides the United States hit that 2% target. Greece, the UK, Estonia, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, and France. Plus at 1.97%, will let Norway get in on rounding. 19 other countries fell short, with countries like Belgium and Spain basically phoning it in at 1%. It's worth saying, of course, that it's possible for all of those arguments to be true at the same time. It's possible that low European defence spending was in some cases understandable, that they did contribute to US-led missions, and the US was a major net beneficiary of the alliance as a whole, while it also being true at the same time that countries were falling short of their spending targets and relying on Uncle Sam to cover any gap. From there, though, I'd argue we've seen 2 inflection points. The first was the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, which seems to have given a number of countries in Europe a somewhat traumatic flashback and triggered a significant increase in spending. In 2020, 9 NATO states other than the US hit that 2% target. In 2024, it was 21. Some of those, like Poland and Estonia, were now spending more in percentage terms than the United States. And even most of those that were still missing the target, looking at you, Spain and Belgium, had still lifted their spending by something like 30% in percentage of GDP terms. You probably remember that at the time, there was a lot of hope these increases would solve one of the tensions at the heart of the NATO alliance, which, coupled with Vladimir Putin's very successful NATO recruitment efforts, would help tie the transatlantic alliance together even closer. As we've seen in recent weeks, though, since the election of President Donald Trump, that hasn't been how things have played out. And the big thing to say up front here is that while it's clear that things are changing, it's not clear how much they're changing. While it's long been expected and arguably attempted for the US to try and change the nature of its security relationship with Europe, planners have previously discussed some very different versions of what exactly that might look like. 3 scenarios you might want to imagine are a drawdown or burden shifting scenario where the US remains broadly committed within the existing NATO framework, but it decides to pull back some of the resources it dedicates to European security to put pressure on its allies to make up the difference. Not so much a change in policy or leadership so much as a change in resource levels.
Cool.
A more extreme scenario might be a larger scale military and political withdrawal, where the US essentially transfers responsibility for European security issues to the rest of NATO and its European partners, and basically says that while they're going to stay on the team, they're not willing to play captain anymore. A final, more dramatic option would be a true realignment. If drawdowns or withdrawals are about who funds the team or what America's position is on it, realignment covers scenarios where the US says it wants to be on a different team. And based on what we've seen out of the American leadership so far, I think there's still a lot of ambiguity over where future US policy is likely to sit, even if it's abundantly clear that it is changing. On the 12th of February, for example, the new US Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, gave a speech at the Munich Security Conference. In it, he appears to have put forward a vision of responsibility for European security shifting from the United States to the European allies. He said, and I quote, "The United States remains committed to the NATO alliance and to the defence partnership with Europe," end quote. But he also said he was there to, quote, "directly and unambiguously express that stark strategic realities prevent the United States of America from being primarily focused on the security of Europe," end quote. He suggested the United States could no longer be Europe's primary security guarantor, and when it came to security guarantees for Ukraine to make sure the war didn't just start up again after Russia had had a breath to regenerate, he suggested the peacekeepers in Ukraine would not be American troops, that they couldn't be sent within the bounds of a NATO mission, and they wouldn't be covered under Article 5. You take that all together, and I'd suggest it sounds mostly like a burden-shifting agenda. The United States has to focus elsewhere, so European security and this Ukraine thing, that's a European issue. So far, though, there doesn't appear to be any consensus on whether America is actually planning major drawdowns of its military forces in Europe, even between different European capitals. The Polish president has reportedly said that he's received assurances from the US that there's no intention to reduce the number of US troops in Eastern Europe, but Lithuania's foreign minister has described the period where Europe could rely on American troops as essentially over, even if there was no expectation that that change would take place tomorrow. While the future of US military commitments, however, might still be uncertain, I think we actually have significantly more evidence of major policy differences potentially dividing the alliance. Remember that in just the last couple of weeks, Trump has said that 25% tariffs on the European Union are coming, that the bloc was, quote, "formed to screw the United States," end quote, refused to rule out the prospect of using military force to take Greenland, which is an autonomous part of the Kingdom of Denmark, a NATO ally, and openly talked about making Canada the 51st US state, a policy goal which is fairly broadly opposed by some of the groups you'd expect to be involved in that kind of decision, like Canadians. And then if trade wars or debates over North American and Atlantic security weren't enough, we've also seen signs of major policy fissures over European security and specifically the war in Ukraine. What you can see on the right there is a photo from recent bilateral negotiations between the United States and Russia, hosted in Saudi Arabia, to which the Europeans and Ukraine were not invited, which, if you're a decision maker in a European capital, might raise a couple of questions. If the United States views the war in Ukraine as a primarily European issue and expects the Europeans to provide the money and peacekeepers to carry out any potential deal, why, some of them have asked, would it be the US negotiating the agreement? There's a very general rule that often holds in business as well as geopolitics that whoever's willing to put the money on the table, or in the case of warfare, the troops, is often going to be the one who gets the final say. And so the expectation might have been that if it was going to be the European credit card and European troops, including Ukrainian troops, on the table, that the Europeans and Ukrainians would have been at the table. We've also seen the United States very publicly break from previous allied positions on the war in Ukraine, most recently at the United Nations. There, following the third anniversary of the Russian full-scale invasion, a resolution came up in the General Assembly to condemn the Russian invasion, endorse Ukraine's territorial integrity, and call on Russia to withdraw. A majority of the world's countries, more than 90, voted in favour, passing the resolution. A further 65 abstained, including the People's Republic of China. For its part, the United States actually voted against, joining such traditional American allies as Belarus, North Korea, and the Russian Federation, and officially publicly adopting a more pro-Russian position on this issue than China or Iran. Separately in the Security Council, where the US was able to introduce its own text, Russia voted in favour of the American resolution, which neither called Russia the aggressor nor acknowledged Ukraine's territorial integrity, while some traditional US allies issued fairly direct statements. The French ambassador reportedly said, quote, "There will be no peace and security anywhere if aggressions are rewarded and if the law of the jungle wins," end quote. While the UK ambassador said, quote, "No one wants peace more than Ukraine, but the terms of that peace matter. Only a just peace, one that honours the terms of our charter, will endure. And the terms of that peace must send a message that aggression does not pay. This is why there can be no equivalence between Russia and Ukraine in how this council refers to this war," end quote. And while all this has been playing out, you've also seen growing transatlantic tensions over other issues. For example, here's a recent quote from Germany. "Just look at the recent interference in the German election campaign by Mr. Elon Musk. This is a unique event. Washington's interference was no less dramatic, radical, and ultimately outrageous than the interference we observed from Moscow," end quote. And whatever your opinion on that statement, or any of these statements, quotes like that do matter, because it came from this man, Friedrich Merz, who, after the recent German elections, is most likely to be the country's next chancellor. And despite once generally being regarded as falling strongly in the pro-American camp, as things have continued to escalate, it would be an understatement to say that Merz's position has shifted somewhat. Now, the clarion call of the hour appears to be for security independence. Merz reportedly said, quote, "For me, the absolute priority will be to strengthen Europe as quickly as possible so that we can achieve real independence from the US step by step," end quote. We've also seen statements out of other NATO countries like the following from France, quote, "Although the Americans obviously remain our allies, we must no longer depend on them for our security," end quote. And even some of those in Europe who have been the strongest advocates of a very close relationship with the United States, Poland comes to mind here, with Prime Minister Donald Tusk recently warning against any power introducing what he described as some kind of competitive game between the European Union and United States. But even many figures like that, who are warning against a split, are still calling for major investments in Europe's own defensive capabilities. As for what those investments might be aiming to achieve, there are three elements I want to explore today. Firstly, sufficiency. How do the available resources compare to the likely tasks, like deterring Russia? Secondly, the replacement challenge. What's involved in making up for some of the key capabilities and elements the US currently provides? And finally, the magic I word, independence. What would be involved in putting the non-US allies in a position where they can make more of their security decisions with or without Washington's approval? Because putting on the defense economics hat for a moment, I'd argue it's probably not just about how many troops and how much equipment you have. It's about where that equipment comes from and who has a say in how you use it. Historically, at least some European commentators have been convinced that the United States would probably maintain its relationship with the European NATO allies, in part because even if some of the European nations were underspending on defence commitments, they were also buying a shit ton of American weapons. And that both helped generate scale in the US defence sector, which supported America's own defence capabilities, and transferred a lot of wealth from Europe to the States, creating often high-paying skilled jobs and driving tax revenues. But selling large amounts of American weapons or even American components also gave Washington another major policy advantage. When you buy from a country, you sign up to the conditions on how that product is used or transferred. And when buying American, that often means becoming very acquainted with 4 letters that I suspect will trigger a bit of an emotional response in many people in the sector. ITAR, the International Traffic in Arms Regulations. Through ITAR and other mechanisms, the US can often exercise considerable control over how its allies use or transfer their systems, even if the US component is only a very small part of the greater whole. Back in 2018, for example, the US was reportedly able to put the brakes on transfer of a French jet, the Rafale, and an Anglo-French cruise missile, the Storm Shadow or Scalp, to Egypt, with the reported problem here being the cruise missile.
Putin unleashes Iskander-M missile attack to sink a container ship in Odessa, carrying cargo of British weapons for Ukraine. March 2nd. This was a couple hours ago. Is there like confirmation of this, or? Two Iskander-M ballistic missiles hit the Panama-flagged container ship MSC Levant F, reportedly Swiss-owned, soon after it arrived in Odessa on March 1st, after making a stop in Turkey. 2 port workers were believed to have been wounded in the strike, which also damaged infrastructure, Ukrainian reports said. I don't see any confirmation yet.
Not the French jet itself. Some elements of the Scalp missile required US approval, and thus the whole missile did. Another example might be Saab's Gripen fighter jet. Overwhelmingly, that's a Swedish product. But that General Electric F414 power plant is red, white, and blue through and through. On one hand, those restrictions and controls can be used in a way that's eminently understandable. It kind of would have been awkward for the US to sell an F-35 to an ally back in the 2010s, for example, only for that ally to turn around to Beijing and say, hey mate, I've got something here you might be interested in. But at the same time, from a European perspective, it can open up the theoretical possibility of those same restrictions being used to constrain their policy options. If 2 different companies are in a competition to sell a fighter jet to a third country, one of them is probably going to be at a disadvantage if the other can decide that, yep, they're welcome to compete, as long as they do it without such optional extras as their engine, a third of their missiles, and some of their critical electronics. And as we've arguably seen in Ukraine, one of the most strategically impactful ways a country might choose to use its military equipment is by transferring them to a third country, something you might not be able to do if other countries control that export permission. It was Germany, for example, that had to give the go-ahead on other countries sending over their Leopard 2s. While even if the US didn't send any of its own F-16s, Washington still had to give the thumbs up to its allies choosing to do so. If allies want to be more independent of future US policy decisions, then it probably means having more systems in inventory not subject to American logistics or American permissions. But in the context of defense industries that have become very intertwined over the past 3/4 of a century, that can be an expensive, difficult, but not insurmountable task. One big clue, then, about whether or not European and other allied leaders were serious about pursuing greater independence from the United States would be a market expectation of much greater investment and more purchases from European defense firms and other trusted suppliers, and perhaps a bit less emphasis on buying American products. And in recent weeks, we've seen a couple of movements on stock markets that might suggest a belief that, yes, European countries are likely to ramp up defense spending, but not necessarily a belief that they're going to be buying American. Noting, of course, that I hope that everyone listening to this understands that this isn't and will never be financial advice. As at time of recording, the German defense giant Rheinmetall is up about 31% over the last month. And if you look at the chart on the right there, it's more like 30% over the last 2 weeks. For no particular reason, you'll notice I've drawn a vertical orange line on the chart. That marks the approximate time of the Hegseth speech in Munich. And in what I'm sure is a completely unrelated phenomenon, the Rheinmetall share price appears to have started its lunar mission shortly thereafter. For Leonardo, the Italian giant, the gain was closer to 26%.
Fucking hope that, now that Ukraine is off the table for being part of NATO, that hopefully they can have a little bit of a resolution. Finally, he gets it. No, I never. The thing is that.
Is he switching his position on Ukraine?
So all of these things are true. I think Ukraine isn't perfect, but I'm generally on their side. I think the U.S. and NATO have done a lot to escalate tensions. I think Russia is a bad actor and an aggressor who's broken multiple deals themselves that are like secondary and also not related to NATO deals. They've also, all of these things are true. Like, it's not like one side is good and the other side is bad. I think that all sides are shades of gray. I don't know. Maybe that's crazy, but like, I don't know. I mean, you guys keep sending me more stuff about it, and I'll keep coming to, hopefully a better and better conclusion about it. Again, like I view my biggest strength is that I can remember a lot of things and make decisions based off of that many things, right? And so I view reading and learning about things as a massive advantage because, I mean, this is just like, maybe it's ego, right? But like, I can think about things with more context than most other people can because I just have a very good memory, right? And so because of that, I want to know everything that I can about something so I can talk about it in the best way, right? And so that's it. A nuanced take. Are your opinions correct? I mean, I would never put an opinion out there that I thought was wrong. and neither would you, right? Neither would you. Nobody would ever go and say, I think this thing and I know that it's wrong. So yes, obviously I'm going to have an opinion that, that I think is correct. Your thoughts on us calling out on Vance calling out forced Ukraine conscription, basically kidnapping people off the streets? So let me see if I can find this. So is it on his Twitter? Or JD at? So let's see here. It looks like.
Yeah, what's it look like?
I don't see the video of it at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so where can I find the video, JD? Maybe JD Vance conscription?
Like, it's a draft. Yeah, what do you think? Like,
is
people,
this gonna be it?
That's why it's a draft.
No, it looks like it seems like it's not. Is this the video here? Can I watch this video? Is this video acceptable for me to watch? Like, I just want to make sure that I can see it. Okay, yeah. All right, good. Because I saw this, and usually whenever somebody's being, like, grabbed by a big group of people on Twitter, this is like they're about to be beheaded or something like that. So I intentionally didn't watch this for that reason. So what does this say? J.D. Vance confronted Zelensky on the forcible mobilization, and this is what he means. And people are mercilessly grabbed.
What do they think mobilization means? Or conscription means?
Okay.
It's literally the opposite of a volunteer army, yes. Oh my, and they got the music. Oh my God.
They got him. Now, keep
This
in
video
mind
is
that
fake? Is it? What do you mean? What's the source
is that
on it?
this is the military that's forcefully conscripting somebody, but I don't know if that's confirmed. I just wanted to make sure that.
What does conscription mean? Am I wrong, guys? I'm sorry. I thought conscription is when you forcibly.
It's a police car. Yeah, it could
make
be a
people
police
join
car.
the military.
I don't know.
Is that what conscription
it's
is?
plausible. Yeah, it's plausible.
Are there other
right?
definitions of conscription?
It is confirmed. Great. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, right? Because I mean, like, for all I know, it could be some crazy person just having an outburst. It's pretty obvious. No, it's not. I mean, the police do that here with people for other reasons too.
Like, do you understand that, like, they're doing this on the Russian side as well, right? Assuming this is a real video, that they're also conscripting Russian soldiers as well,
There's
right?
a lot of videos. Okay. I read online that the Ukraine age of the draft is actually 25. Like, over here it's 18. Over there it's 25.
It's not mobilization. This guy's
lowered it?
actually being sent to Brazil. Shut the fuck up.
What is that? That's so awkward. Okay, give me a sec.
Wait. Isn't the idea around conscription that you should force people to serve under penalty of prison? Maybe I'm wrong, but we didn't drag draft dodgers to the military, did we? Wait, hold on. When you call somebody a draft dodger, the point is that they either illegally avoided being drafted or they found like a loophole out of the legal requirement for it. That's what a draft dodger is. You did have penalties in the United States if you avoided the draft. Yes. That's why it's a draft.
If anything, this really kind of makes me mad about our government, right? This makes me angry about our government, because if you look at this right here, in April, Ukraine reduced the mobilization age from 27 to 25, but in November 2024, the Biden administration pushed Ukraine to lower the draft age again, this time to...
Jake Bro wants to talk. What does Jake Bro want to talk about? Oh, wait, this guy looks like he would agree with me, I think, just going by his video titles.
Where's 16 coming from? Where's the number 16? It was lowered to 18, not 16? So people just made that up. Okay, so people just made that up. Okay, there you go. And this is the problem, right? And this is why I don't mind covering this, is because people are just making things up the entire time. Yeah, that's it. Thanks for not doing research and not believing Russian bots. I actually usually, whenever I take something that a person says and I'm like, oh, that's true, it's like, oh, like there's a plane crash. Why did the plane crash? Oh, it's a woman pilot and it was DEI. Oh.
By the way, there are literally videos of Russians deliberately breaking their leg to avoid conscription. Yeah, to be fair, though, I think like Americans do that to avoid getting sent back to the military as well. Remember there was some guy who cut his toe off? Does anybody remember this?
There's nothing wrong with your eyes.
Come on. I waited an extra hour just to make sure I got you.
Why?
I saw you limping out there. Vietnam?
How old do you think I am?
I don't know, Vietnam age?
Well, back in my day, the real Dodgers had the stones to run off to Canada or shoot themselves in the foot. They didn't come to free clinics whining for doctor's notes. Go hug your wife, tell her to get a babysitter, and be back in time to video the kids' first steps. Demeaning.
You're escalating to prove I was wrong about you.
Oh, they don't have it here. He cuts off his own leg. Rip. Okay, sorry.
We forced conscription as well with the draft? Like, I mean, I understand this looks very bad for Ukraine doing this, but like we forced conscription to fight in Europe.
Hit the right talking
point.
What?
In, what do you call it? In Vietnam, right? It's the law. Yeah, Russia and Russia does this too, I'm sure. And so, let's see here. I'll see if there's any more instances of this, but there are a lot of these. JD was right about the forced conscription. Holy fuck, man! And it was criticized as well, not to this degree. I can't comment on that, to be honest with you. Like that's, I don't know. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not true, right? And so yeah.
Would Hassan be pro-Ukraine? He probably doesn't have strong opinions on it. It's probably boring to him.
Whenever politics fails, I've been on the draft list since 17 in Netherlands. Yeah, like I think that draft. I feel like I'm like a couple of years too old to be drafted now. So now I can vote for more wars again, and I'll be safe. But you know, before then, yeah, I was of course signed up for the draft. We all were, right? And so I feel like. This is going to sound like a really, really heartless bad.
We weren't all. Remember, bring up the females.
And I see people being forcefully conscripted. This is the way a draft works in the military. Like, I bet if you went back 1,000 years, this is what happened 1,000 years ago with the Crusades, right? I mean, not exactly 1,000, but hopefully you guys see what my point is, right? And so...
What are the Crusades? Wait, what?
I don't know. It's just not heartless, just honest? Yeah, I'm just being honest, right? Like, because if you're a Ukrainian man and your country is being attacked, you have to fight for your fucking country. That's right. That's what I think. And it's the same as in the U.S. Like, I support the draft. I think we need to have a draft. Like, if we got attacked, if the United States got attacked, we'd want a fucking draft. That's it. And if we didn't have enough people, we would want a fucking draft.
Over the last month, with, again, a lot of that appreciation happening to the right of that orange line, while the Swedish Saab of Gripen and Carl Gustaf fame has picked up more than 33%, with the gain since 12 February being even more dramatic than that, given the stock was in a bit of a dip at that time. Some of the Korean defence giants that have been selling a lot of equipment into Europe saw even larger gains. Hanwha Artillery and Aircraft, for example, have made major sales into countries like Poland, with the degree of production localisation very much on the agenda. In what might be a small clue about what the market expects for future sales in that direction, it may be interesting to note that over the last month, Hanwha Aerospace is up about 70%. Suffice to say that, historically speaking, that isn't exactly average behaviour for large established firms. A gain of 70% in a month might feel closer to loans at mafia interest rates than regular stock market operations. And across the board, you're talking about tens of billions of dollars in market cap being created over the space of a couple of weeks. Meanwhile, in the US, stock prices were going in the other direction. At time of recording, Lockheed Martin has lost about 11% over the last month, General Dynamics closer to 7%. And in a way, that's consistent with a broader trend we've seen since the closing days of 2024. Over a 6-month horizon, General Dynamics has shed closer to 15% and Lockheed Martin 21%. I'll leave it to the audience to interpret the drivers and the significance of that opposite direction of travel. A broad takeaway here is probably that at the moment, a lot of NATO members are highly reliant and dependent on the United States for supplies of platforms, munitions, and permissions. And if there is a major policy push to change that, it might require not just significant investments, but that those investments be made closer to home.
True! Bro, where is everything that conservatives told us existed for so long? Where is the military-industrial complex? I thought they controlled everything. Where's the military-industrial complex to force us to ship hundreds of billions of dollars more to Ukraine with the weapons? Where's the deep state to control U.S. foreign policy? Where is George Soros to save DEI and all our... Where are all of these huge mechanisms that supposedly existed controlling everything from behind the fucking curtain? I feel like none of these things exist. What's going on here? What the fuck?
Setting aside those industrial aspects of defence and policy independence for a moment, what about the more military elements? How would Allied military resources measure up against potential security challenges like deterring the Russian Federation if you stop assuming that every war game, as I put it in the past, is going to end with Uncle Sam coming off the bench with the steel chair? If you take away Uncle Sam and his whacking stick, what's left in terms of troops and equipment? And as we go through this analysis, I want to flag that I'm looking at NATO without the United States because that's the military alliance, not the European Union. That means that mighty, mighty Canada, that is admittedly much more aligned on the Ukraine issue with European capitals than with Washington, D.C., is included in the data. Although given we're measuring military might, not politeness, it doesn't move the overall numbers that much. Some other non-EU inclusions, though, absolutely do. The UK is one of NATO's nuclear and naval heavy hitters, while, as we'll see a little bit later, Turkey brings a lot of ground combat mass to the table. Given that both are members of NATO and have been publicly supportive of Ukrainian independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, I'd argue they do belong in this data, along with countries like Norway. But just keep in mind that this isn't a purely European Union exercise. So we'll start with personnel counts, in part because one of the advantages we've seen Russia consistently try to leverage over the Ukrainians is the fact they've just been able to bring more troops and the larger military to the table. According to NATO data, in 2024, the US had about 1.3 million active duty personnel. The Russians had set a target, not yet hit, of 1.5 million active. And against those two massive forces, the rest of NATO, without their American component, could only muster a mere 2.1 million. The chart you can see on screen now shows NATO and military balance numbers for active, reserve, and paramilitary personnel, the United States on the right, and the rest of NATO on the left. Even if you don't count paramilitaries at all, where America doesn't really have an equivalent to some of the European forces, the advantage in active duty personnel was about 1.6 to 1, and the advantage in reservists about 1.8 to 1. If Russia's unachieved goal for a wartime force is 1.5 million, a mobilized US military would be more than 2 million strong, while for the rest of NATO column, the active plus reserve number is more than 3.5 million. Put another way, a mobilized rest of NATO military would be numerically competitive with American and estimated Russian forces combined, and a peacetime rest of NATO military has more personnel than Russia's target wartime military. Even if you remove the single largest contributor, Turkey, the numbers for the rest of NATO still stack up fairly favourably compared to the United States. And the gap between those manning levels has actually increased significantly over the last decade. By NATO figures, the US military actually shrank slightly over that time period, while the rest of the NATO states, including those that weren't members in 2014, like Finland and Sweden, grew their total forces by about 230,000, with the majority of that increase coming from just one nation, Poland, effectively boosting NATO troop levels on the alliance's eastern flank by something like 117,000. This basic relationship, where the United States spends more money overall, but it's the allies that have significantly more personnel, especially in potential combat theatres, tends to hold whether you're looking at Europe or the Asia-Pacific. In a lot of escalation scenarios, it would generally be expected that the United States would provide a lot of the enablers, a lot of the firepower, and some of the most valuable combat units, but a majority of the mass, and presumably a significant majority of the casualties, would be borne by American allies, both because they have more personnel and because they tend to be closer to the potential line of fire. But while we've arguably seen in Ukraine that personnel counts can be absolutely vital, you can't exactly expect European militaries to hold off the Russians without equipment. Even a golf cart assault is going to be dangerous if you don't have anything to shoot at it. But at least on paper, for a lot of equipment categories, the non-US numbers are actually significantly higher than the American ones, and in many cases, significantly higher than what we might expect Russia to muster. As you can see on that chart there, with more than 6,300 tanks, the non-US states outnumber the American inventory by something like 2.4 to 1. And while no, you probably wouldn't want to take the likes of the Leopard 1 or M60 head-to-head with an American Abrams, there are probably going to be cases where mass matters, as does that ratio. For infantry fighting vehicles, it's 2.2 to 1. For self-propelled artillery, 3.5 to 1. And with a combined inventory of more than 25,000 APCs and infantry fighting vehicles, to say nothing of other related AFV types, that's presumably a lot of troops that aren't going to be walking. At sea, the on-paper advantage unsurprisingly shifts back to the Americans. The non-US states have more submarines in total, but the vast majority are smaller conventional boats, not the US nuclear-powered Leviathans. The non-US states have roughly 30 more principal surface combatants, but American ones tend to be higher displacement, often more modern, although I'd argue including the LCS in the US figures probably does inflate them a bit. But on the other hand, each American supercarrier also only counts as one, each of which could probably project more power than some of these national navies. If you were to contrast those non-US figures with the Russian Navy, however, things look considerably more rosy. And over shorter distances, in the waters they were designed to and trained to fight in, the lethality gap between some of those modern conventional submarines and the larger nuke boats might not be as wide as you would think. Finally, in the air, it's once again advantage US, but the difference in quantities very much depends on what category you're talking about. The US, for example, has a monopoly within the alliance on strategic bombers, and dramatic advantages on some of the tools that you might associate with the need to project power over longer distances. Where the numerical gap tends to be more limited is in things like multi-role and air superiority fighters, interceptors, and attack jets. The chart obviously doesn't capture the massive technological advantage that something like an F-35 in either US or European inventory might enjoy over older fourth-generation aircraft. But even without making that adjustment, if all you had to go by were these numbers on the chart, you'd probably conclude that American air power, Air Force, Naval, and Marine Corps is collectively much more formidable than the rest of the NATO allies. An observation which probably matches the expectation that the US would be a major air power contributor in any major armed effort in which NATO was involved. But at the same time, you'd probably expect that it's Russia that's the most likely opponent for the non-US NATO air forces, not the Americans themselves. Those non-US figures are still sufficient to give a significant numerical advantage over the estimated fighter strength of the Russian aerospace forces. Some areas, like strategic bombers, would obviously favour the Russians, while other fleet elements, like fifth-generation fighter count, would be dramatically in the Blue Force's favour. A broad personal observation here would be that while many of these non-US inventories do sometimes show sign of long-term underinvestment and other issues, there is actually an enormous amount to work with here. And so if the goal is sufficiency to deter a Russian threat or to replace the potential withdrawal of some US assets from Europe, it might be much more a case of solving specific issues and deficits as opposed to having to build from the ground up. So then,
why are F-35 so good? What makes them that good? I think it's because they use Intel instead of AMD.
Let's start to unpick some of those potential issues and challenges. What do you mechanically need to do in order to make this force capable of deterring Russia, for example, without US involvement or assistance, or at least with as little reliance on US assistance as possible? A lot of challenges here are going to flow from the fact that there has been plenty of time for NATO states to build their militaries with the rest of NATO in mind. On one hand, that makes great economic sense. You don't need to duplicate capabilities that everyone can share. You don't need 4 separate fleets of spy satellites, for example, if instead you can just have 1 or 2 and share the information amongst the alliance. Instead, countries can try to play to their strengths, specialise, and deliver as much value as possible with the funding they have available. One potential drawback of that approach, though, is that if you ever withdraw any of those presumed enablers, the rest of the force presumably becomes much less effective until those enablers can be replaced. And in the NATO context, indeed almost any context, the US is the king of a lot of these enablers. The non-US states have a lot of combat aircraft, for example, but are dramatically outnumbered when it comes to things like AWACS and tankers. And when it comes to satellites, whether that's missile warning, reconnaissance, or communication, there's really no comparing the US network to any of the others. Meaning if you suddenly strip all of that away, it would be kind of like the NATO alliance as a whole losing an eye. They'd still be able to see with their remaining sensors, but they'd lose that detail and metaphorical depth perception, leaving these kind of enablers as a potentially concerning gap. Now, obviously, Europe probably doesn't need as many of these types of assets as the US does because it's not really in the business of projecting power over long distances. The Polish Air Force probably isn't flying any trans-Pacific missions, nor does it have to go particularly far to come up against its primary opponent. Plus, because Europe is so compact and so heavily developed, you can put a lot more reliance on ground infrastructure. Wherever an airfight is taking place, it's probably not that far to an airbase or a civilian airport that could be repurposed for military use in time of war, and setting up a bunch of powerful ground radars and just pointing them east is probably going to give you a fairly useful picture. But you still might see European requirements here revised upwards if they no longer want to presume American support. Maybe in some cases it is possible to do without, but I'm not sure how many airplanners out there would say they wish they had fewer tankers available. Then you'd have the twin challenges of fragmentation and deployability. Fragmentation is just shorthand for the general rule that, all else being equal, lots of small contingents from different militaries are going to have less combat power than those same resources concentrated in a single larger formation belonging to a single military. Even in the Ukrainian context where you only really have 2 main armies involved, we've still seen that concept play out, with Russia and now Ukraine moving to build up divisional and corps structures in order to better tie together and get the maximum possible performance out of their available lower-level units. The challenge then is how do you take contributions from smaller militaries that might only be able to contribute smaller units, say a single brigade, and glue those contributions together into something as cohesive and at least partially as effective as a larger American or French formation? How do you deal with the inefficiencies caused by things like duplication across multiple small forces, and all the other elements that can lead to an allied force feeling like it's lesser than the sum of its parts? And even if you can overcome that challenge, there's the issue of deployability. How do you actually get your units somewhere useful? For the American military, the solution is just to have an absurd amount of air and sea lift capacity. So you can just pick up entire formations, their personnel, equipment, and a couple of mobile Burger Kings, and send them anywhere in the world on relatively short notice. Meanwhile, for some NATO militaries, the challenge isn't much of a challenge. For troops in the Baltic states, for example, defensive deployability doesn't have to go that far beyond going outside, digging a trench in your backyard, and then waiting to see who turns up first, the Russians or the rest of NATO. But if your deterrence plan for Russia includes Spanish armoured formations, you better have a plan on how to get them from the Iberian Peninsula to the Baltic. Because even if you can snag a couple of thousand last-minute Ryanair tickets, I'm not sure how you're going to go getting a Leopard 2 into checked baggage. In other words, it's not enough just for these NATO states to have the people and the equipment. They're going to need a plan on how to form those into useful combat formations and get them where they need to be, which, given the current state of the Russian Navy, probably isn't a surprise amphibious assault on Portugal. A final technical challenge to flag is standardisation, or rather the lack thereof. Make no mistake, NATO has succeeded in standardising in a dizzying array of areas. But compared to major military forces like the People's Liberation Army, the Russian military, or the US military, the other NATO states operate a dizzying array of equipment. As an extreme example, the US has one type of main battle tank, the Abrams, plus whatever you count the Booker as. The Europeans also have the Abrams, but also various versions of the Leopard 2, the Challenger 2, the Leclerc, the Italian C-1, the South Korean K-2, various Soviet, former Yugoslav or former Warsaw Pact designs, Leopard 1s, M48 patterns, M60 patterns, upgraded M60s with a 120mm gun, soon the new Altay main battle tank from Turkey. And that isn't even everything. That obviously limits your ability to run joint logistics or share replacements and spare parts in a crisis. And even when you talk about things that sound like they should be standardized, like 155mm artillery shells, you'll find that even there, the curse of proprietary solutions has managed to worm its way in over time.
I don't know if it's... I think it's the case that, like, everybody uses standard ammo now, right? Like, all NATO countries are... Like, 5.56 is called a NATO round, right? Or 9mm or 45 or 380 or whatever. Or 40 the caliber, I guess some people use that. But I think back in World War I, and I think maybe even in World War II, I feel like like every single country had like their own fucking bullets. I think like my uncle used to have a bunch of old rifles from I think World War I and World War II, and like every single rifle had its own unique bullshit ass fucking ammo. I don't know how standardized it was back then, but Jesus.
To the point where not every 155mm system is rated to fire every 155mm round, which again is just going to be another factor working against any attempt to make all of these little contributions greater than the sum of their parts. And that note about ammunition feeds into another area where reliance on the United States has been rather high. Historically, the United States has been the country in NATO with the largest stockpile of artillery ammunition, cruise missiles, or just about any relevant munition you care to name. And while there are a lot of factors that go into explaining why a lot of countries have arguably underinvested in maintaining their own stockpiles, part of the issue might have been the comforting belief that in the event of a crisis, America's stockpiles would come to the rescue. The problem comes when you realise the United States stockpile is only so large, and there are a lot of US allies that might be making that assumption. So while the United States might be well positioned to supply its allies in the event of a European escalation, or an issue in the Middle East, or an Asia-Pacific crisis, if you're worried about multiple issues potentially flaring up at the same time, or America not agreeing to supply things when you need it, you potentially have a problem. This is an example of the kind of thing that isn't immediately apparent when you just look at counts of platforms.
Okay, I don't need a fucking Odyssey level accounting of every single thing in the military, all right. I thought this was a meme, but apparently... We do have military mobile Burger Kings? Wait, do we have a designated NATO round just so making ammo for allies is easier? Yes, I believe the M4 platform uses 5.56, and I believe the 5.56 rifle round is called, I think that's called a NATO round, isn't it? I think we all basically use the same ammo now for our guns in the West, right? The most terrifying capability of the United States military remains the capacity to deploy a fully operational Burger King to any terrestrial theater of operations in under 24 hours. Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan, May 2004. Just don't look up the new potential replacement rifle rounds. I thought the new cartridge was supposed to be pretty cool. Is that not the case? Oh, nice. Okay. Vance is leaving early. FAA changed the Burlington TFR, and his departure is now, or it's between now and 1:45. I'll have to when the motorcade comes through Richmond. What happened? Somebody explain the logic here that some of these videos on YouTube now, this why is there no time listed? So I don't know how long the video is. Why would they ever think that's a good idea? Am I missing something, or is there...
Hundreds of protesters were lined up along Route 100 in Waitsfield this morning, voicing their opposition to Vice President J.D. Vance and the Trump administration. Vance is in Vermont for a family ski trip at Sugarbush Resort, and his visit is sparking mixed reactions due to his controversial policies. NBC5's Yunia Martinez was at the rallies, speaking with both sides about the VP's visit.
This was the scene in Waitsfield on Saturday. Hundreds of protesters from all over state filled Main Street, protesting Vice President J.D. Vance's family trip to Sugarbush Resort.
What kind of power? Every human being has a right.
Maria Reyes, who moved to the U.S. from the Dominican Republic in search of better opportunities.
That was some... If Mike, the workout dude, rolled his R's, they would sound like that. My God.
Opportunity says the decisions made by under the Trump administration could jeopardize everything her family has worked for.
I just feel like we're taking like a million steps back. America is supposed to represent opportunity, de salir de un país que uno cree que uno no puede ingresar, no lo puede salir, no puede salir de la violencia.
Her frustration resonates for many.
We got a lot of Spanish speakers in the U.S. Can I get a translation though? Fuck you. What the fuck?
The crowd, as signs and chants fill the air, calling for change.
Our democracy is at risk, and we have people who don't care about people.
This country's in a lot of trouble right now, and we can't keep going down this route.
As the hours passed, the crowd only grew. But just 9 miles away in Warren, the scene was very different. A crowd gathered there to greet Vice President Vance with open arms.
When we saw that there's 3 protests, we thought, well, we better have a little welcoming committee come out and just at least show our support.
I thought that was unbelievable that J.D. Vance would come to a blue state. And it just shows what kind of an awesome, normal guy he is.
Wow.
As opinions clashed on both sides, many expressed that regardless of political differences, everyone has the right to be heard.
J.D. Vance is here skiing, and he has a right to be with his family. He's the Vice President of the United States, and this is fine that they're protesting. I'm okay with that. I'm just here to show my support.
The divide in Vermont reflects the larger national conflict, with protests happening throughout the country since the Trump administration took office.
They're going to continue and grow until, sadly, till they claim martial law. So, yeah, it's going to grow. Keep going.
In Waitsfield, Yunia Martinez, NBC5 News.
Damn. He peaced out. He's going to Moscow to ski now. Sorry, I'm done. Vance is a really shitty skier. Honey has hair floating all over this room. Fuck! Whoa! Oh yeah. Are we supposed to know which one is him? Is it? Was he the guy that crashed, or is it this one? Okay. They have Secret Service that are experts in skiing? Yes, and they have Secret Service that are experts in banging your mom. Why don't you make a proper response to Atria calling your ass out on gold investment? What? This was like months ago, dude. And I already did. He's just factually incorrect when he says that sometimes it's a good investment. We looked at the charts. There's like no time. My response is point out like a 10-year time period where it was better to invest in gold than the markets. I don't know if there is one. I don't know if there was a 5-year time period. True. Why the fuck won't Trump just turn on the damn water? Let it flow. Why didn't he rake the forests? Why is he withholding water from the people of South Carolina? Do you see how psychopathic this sounds? Fresh and Fit invited to Mar-a-Lago. Well, I think Mar-a-Lago is a club that anybody can go to, right? Like, I don't think you have to be invited. Or did they get a special invite? You could probably also get a special invite too. I have no idea. But otherwise, I'm pretty sure it's like you can just go to Mar-a-Lago, right? I don't think there was anything else. I got shit I'm doing today. Like, yo mama. Did you set up a time with Hunter Ash? I don't know what I should debate him on. What do we have to... He did respond favorably. I just don't know what we should talk about. Monday at 2 p.m. ET. What is that? That's tomorrow, right? Like, what is this guy even... He's also a Trump guy? Pardoning of Eric Adams. Doge's role in the government. Holy shit. What is this? New Playbook DC. Last month, a group of moderate Democratic consultants, campaign staffers, elected officials, and party leaders gathered in Loudoun County, Virginia for a retreat where they plotted their party's comeback. We got their takeaways. Those gathered then laid out 20 solutions where Democrats can regain working class trust and reconnect with them culturally. 1. The party should embrace patriotism, community, and traditional American imagery. 2. Democrats should ban far-left candidate questionnaires and refuse to participate in forums that create ideological purity tests, and move away from the dominance of small-dollar donors whose preferences may not align with the broader electorate. they should push back against far-left staffers and groups that exert a disproportionate influence on policy and messaging. Candidates should get out of elite circles and into real communities, e.g. tailgates, gun shows, local restaurants, churches, and the party needs to own the failures of democratic governance in large cities and commit to improving local government. Holy. Please, God, yes. So this is just a random group of no power downs? Oh, it seems like a think tank or whatever. Who knows if it'll manifest in anything, but... Okay. Wait. One question while we do connections. Okay. Where are my gun people at? What's the coolest pistol caliber carbine to buy? Sell it to me. Sell me the coolest one. $7mm? No. No weird ammos. Fuck you. Win, shoe, shake, west, vibrate, lose, ham, draw, heart, airplane, tungsten, dodge, do not disturb, watt, escape, ring. Things that a cell phone does. Like when you call it, like it can vibrate, it can shake, it can ring. Okay, you can put it on vibrate, you can put it on do not disturb. You could put it on ring. You can't put it on shake, right? Fuck. Keys on a keyboard, escape. No. Jesus. Okay, dodge, escape. Oh, this has got to be one. You can dodge somebody, you can escape them, you could shake them, or you could lose them. Boom! Easy. Oh! Phone. Vibrate, airplane, ring, and do not disturb. Okay. Oh my God. What else we got here? Shoe, ham, win, watt, west, tungsten, heart. Wild. Wild West? A wild draw? He has a wild heart? And a wild shoe? Is that a thing? Don't give me one off. Oh my god. A wild win? Oh shit, I wasn't even right. Fuck me. Okay, shoe and heart are for sure in here. Heart, shoe, horseshoe, horse heart. Things on like a stupid fucking slot machine. Like you could get all hearts or all shoes or all draw or all hams. Can you get hams on a... or wins? Shoe, hearts, draw. Things that can happen in card games? Or are these types of card games? Fuck me, I don't fucking know. God damn it. Wait, what was that? What W might stand for? What? Okay. Chris Vector, 45 ACP. Okay. I'll write that down to check out. H&K SP5, BNT MP9, BNT APC9, BNT APC45. Okay. Okay. Is that the Swiss thing? Oh, is that a Japanese thing? Whoa, I don't know what the fuck that is. Some Southeast Asia somewhere, I guess. I don't know. Trump and Pence. Oh, they could be running for re-election. Wait, 2016 or 2020? Well, it's a newspaper. There's got to be a date somewhere on it. Does that say 2016? Sippy, sippy, soy, soy. Okay, you know what? Wait, where the fuck is Singapore? Isn't it like right here? Hold on. Wait, what the fuck? Am I crazy? Oh, Jesus. Why is it so small? I feel like they got cucked out. It's a whole ass country, city. Oh, never mind. It's not that small. Never mind. Whatever. Okay, we'll get Singapore. Good luck. Fuck! Oh, fuck. Thailand. Whatever. Okay, almost 8K. All right, we're on a 45K pace right now. Okay. No, we're not. It's just Chernobyl, like them tracking that shit. Fuck, I don't actually even know the year Chernobyl happened. I don't remember. The 60s? 70s? 60s? 70s? I watched the miniseries. No, they couldn't have done it in the 60s. That's when they were doing civil rights. That wouldn't be right. I don't even know if this is the Chernobyl shit, actually. Fuck. Fuck, where was Chernobyl? It's somewhere over here, right? Somewhere? Ooh. Oblast. Fuck. I feel like it's like somewhere in this, like in this broad area somewhere, maybe, possibly. Am I seeing it? It's just not popping out at me. I actually don't even know if it's Chernobyl though, so fuck me, I guess. Fuck it. Good luck. Oh, just kidding. A police officer on duty in the Vienna traffic control room. What? Does everybody just know this is Vienna? Oh, it's on the west side of the river too, based. Hmm. 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 Fuck. Who had the cool flag? I think it was Iceland, right? Is this really Iceland, though? I mean, it's got big-ass mountains. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Good luck. We got fucking wagons and shit. I don't even know when people moved to Iceland. Wait, fuck. I can't tell if this is like a crossed flag. Yeah, fuck it. That's an old-ass car, 1930. Good luck. Fucking Norway. Passengers sailing in a sloop to the Norwegian village of Fjordland. Oh, fuck. They have the outline as well. Iceland flag wasn't adopted until 1944 either. Damn. Ain't Norway. True. Okay. 2 good guesses can still get us a 40k round. Secret Service. Old people, big buildings. No. Germany or Austria? ZH. Could that possibly mean Zurich? No way, right? Doesn't even have an 8. No. I don't know what this stupid shit means. Oh, Zurcher Zoo. It's a hundred. Imagine if we just saw the zoo and it was like, boom, there's a zoo right there. No. Show me a zoo. Oh my fucking god, just give me the goddamn fucking zoo. Oh wait, I don't even know if that's going to the zoo. It could just be a stupid ass advertisement for one. What is this stupid thing? This is a big ass train station. This never helps. In the history of all of whatever, this shit never fucking helps me. Okay, fuck it. Somewhere around here. Okay, no cell phones. We got backpacks. Guy in a suit. Cars. These are solidly 80s cars, right? 82. Good luck. Oh my god, 91. Fuck! Oh, and it's a good location too. A street scene in front of Zurich Hauptbahnhof train station during the early 90s. Okay. Ah, the famous protests of... Oh my god. What are these people so mad about? The great German milk shortage? Fuck, is this the German flag or is this one of those other loser countries that I mix up with Germany? There's a lot of fatties here, so they should be... Oh my god, is that Brad Pitt? What the fuck? What are they so mad about? Is that... I can't tell this is a cell phone or a digital camera. Good luck. 12 years off. 2012. Police officers being sprayed by European milk farmers outside of the European Parliament during a demonstration against unfair milk prices. Oh my god, are you fucking serious? Wait, it was the German flag though, right? This is the German flag. What? This is like the ultimate bait. No, am I crazy? Did he... Maybe Europeans mixed their flags up and they thought it was a German flag. Like you go to Belgium and you're like, oh shit, they have our flag everywhere. They just kind of hang it weird. Maybe? This is the PCC you want from JP. I haven't even heard of this gun before. Is it cool? It's got to be cool. That's important. Jesus, is this lady really small or is this fucking gun huge? Oh, like this looks different. How tall was she? What the fuck? Was that the same gun? Vector's is that a Call of Duty gun or a CSGO gun? Okay, I need to do more research on this shit. Oh, Modern Warfare 2 gun. Damn. KP9. Oh, look them all up. All right. I think I'm normal time tomorrow. Stay safe. Be careful. Don't die. I love you.